nowhere real slow, and you have to get somewhere real fast. Do you have any idea the immensity of the challenge to prep a new colony ship in time?
To be clear, I'm not a worker on the project.
Do you even understand how few people it could save? The whole generation ship concept is not gonna happen. It's the first thing you'd abandon in favor of embryonics. For that kind of storage, we're talking a lot of bulk, a lot of power, a lot of resources. So even if you do it, even if you build it and point it at Sirius X, there's no room for people on that thing, all right?
If you could try to remain calm.
You people are crazy if you think you're getting off this rock. No one's getting off.
Medical.
I'm sure you now understand the urgency of why we brought you here, Ms. Okilo.
Captain Okilo, are you trying to thank me for not resisting?
I believe we couldn't negotiate a diplomatic solution.
When it came to my country's lithium, it was always a swarm that would be sent to negotiate. Metallurgic International, US Robot Command. The markings changed, but the robots were the same.
You have had considerable experience.
Oh, but it's back now, yeah? I didn't notice that the studio didn't the Twitch studio didn't say anything. Usually, if it drops, then it gives me a little warning that the connection is gone. It didn't give me a warning that time. We'll go through these quickly. We can move on.
With Suzanne Alpert, environmental scientist. Doctor?
I'm sorry?
I just want to check to make sure we've actually... Yeah, there's another audio data point, but I think that one we get further down the line. We're not actually missing anything, I don't think. I'll go back up here. I didn't actually look around, I just went up there to kill... Yeah, there it's right there, so you would have missed that. Oh, okay, that's weird.
Forget about traveling light.
I think there is some mistake. I don't understand why I was brought here. Why would you show me these things?
Oh, that's, yeah, see, that's still not that data point. We're probably going to pick that up further down. They do come in order, more or less. And there's nothing else. There's nothing else out here. There's stuff we can't pick up. Oh, wait a minute. We'll take this with us. Don't like leaving weapons behind. One last little look around. Nothing left to scan in here.
CD02 data intact. Initiating playback.
Elizabeth Sobek.
You've heard the bad news, and it's all true. The Pharaoh Plague is devouring the biosphere. Life itself will cease to exist. But does that have to be the end? What if we could give life?
This is like the most amazing part of the story, and as far as I'm concerned, with what they tell you now, they've basically set themselves up to be able to make an entire franchise of games. That's all I'll say about it. But what Project Zero Dawn really is, and what she's about to describe, is basically an excellent storyline, and they can easily set themselves up for like half a dozen games in this franchise.
A future. What if we could build a kind of seed from which, on a dead planet, life could blossom anew? This is the aim, the hope, of Project Zero Dawn. To create a super intelligent, fully automated terraforming system and bring life back from lifelessness. What would such a system require? At its core, it would need a true AI, fully capable of making the trillions of decisions necessary to reconstitute the biosphere. An immortal guardian, devoted to the reflourishing of life. We call it Gaia. Mother Nature as an AI. But that's just the core of the system. She will need to be surrounded and empowered by a comprehensive suite of subordinate functions. Think of them as extensions of Gaia's mind, each dedicated to a specific purpose. Now, these aren't AIs, but make no mistake, each presents an engineering challenge more profound than anything the human species has ever before attempted. Hardware that preserves and then gestates the billions of seeds and embryos from which life will be reborn. The construction of underground facilities to hold it all. And that's just the start. We don't have to build the entire system. The beauty of a fully automated terraforming system is that it can build itself. Now, over the days to come, we'll race the clock to execute our harvest initiatives, write the software, build the tech and the facilities. How we'll lock it down and seal it up before the inevitable occurs. But even more important, you'll know how it doesn't end here. How Gaia will generate those deactivation codes General Harris talked about, and build the transmission arrays to broadcast them, shutting down the Pharaoh robots for good. How Gaia will not just build, but imagine any conceivable robot it needs to do its work across centuries. From detoxifying the Earth's ravaged atmosphere and poisoned seas, to the regreening of the Earth from cryopreserved seed stocks, to rewilding the Earth with animal life. And then, when all that is done, how a new generation of human beings, spawned at cradle facilities around the globe, will partake of Apollo, the vast archive of human knowledge and cultural achievement from which they will learn of us, our world. And most important, how not to repeat our mistakes. It's not an impossible dream. It is within our grasp if we work tirelessly and stop at nothing to achieve it. We can't stop life from ending. But if you will help me, help Gaia, we can give it a future. Join me and help make that future real.
Quite the cutscene, eh? And I'll go on to say, because we're going to see it very shortly. Basically, the only out of all of those subsystems that were listed there, like Minerva, Apollo, etc., etc., all out of all of those, we already know Hades is the one that does the destruction. We'll find out why later. I won't say why. Hades is part of the system. He does the destroying. We get to learn about Hephaestus in the Frozen Wilds, and we'll get to know about Apollo and one of the other systems. But if you saw, there's a whole bunch of other systems there that we never actually get to know anything about in this game or in the Frozen Wilds. And there was like, what, 8 or 9 systems? So they left themselves, and the actual ending of this game is even more of a twist, that they left themselves completely open. Like there's so much potential just from what they set up in this story. It's insane. It's amazing, and it's excellent writing. It's why I said that this is like my absolute number one game now. Everything, the graphics, the mechanics, the storyline, everything. The West one, well, looking at, I already know part of that storyline, what that's based on, because of the way this game ends. I won't say anything about that to spoil it, but in general, because in the trailer they show us going underwater as well, we're most likely going to get to know more about, well, hopefully, I'm hoping we're going to be able to get to know more about the Apollo system and the Poseidon system. And yeah, I won't say anything else, because the twist at the end of this game puts a big stamp on what the next game is going to be about, and I don't want to spoil it, because it's a real zinger. It's a real twist. It's going to be getting to know more of the systems and reactivating things, I reckon.
The whole Earth destroyed, but then remade?
Yes. By a machine. A machine of creation.
Elizabeth did this. For life.
This game is amazing. This game is absolutely amazing. On the Fallout series was my like number one game before this. I played this, and even before I completed it, I was like, "This is definitely knocking Fallout off the number one." Like it's this with Death Stranding at a close number two, and then the Fallout for 100%. And this game has so much potential. They'd have to seriously drop the ball not to be able to get at least another 4 or 5 games out of this storyline. Yeah, it's so open, and there's so many things that they can still put twists on.
For us.
It's an amazing game. It really is.
Why Hades then? If it was part of Gaia, how did it end up in the wreckage of a Pharaoh robot? And why does it want to kill me? And Apollo, the Archive of Knowledge, what happened to that?
I'm as confused as you are. Maybe the answers lie ahead.
Typical silence. Yeah, we'll look around before we move on, because if I remember correctly, there are going to be some more kestrels that come in here.
Of course I'll do it. To be given the opportunity to rebuild what the damage that I don't feel worthy of it, but I will do it, absolutely.
I want to stress about your culpability.
It is to me. Dr. Sobek, Margot...
If you're still nauseous.
No, the inhibitors have kicked in. I can't feel the back of my tongue. I wish I could tell you.
See to make sure I behave this time.
Inaccessible.
Security, for your protection. Would you like to discuss how you're feeling?
Sure. I'll tell you. Surprised. No, flabbergasted. Like my own man would say, flabbergasted. That vein pumping in his forehead. I thought...
Yeah, do I have all of the special items? Because there's the shackles, and then there's... Where are we? Special items. I just picked up the shackles. That's number 2. So I'm still missing number 1. Because there's shackles. They all lead. These are Easter eggs from Death Stranding. The stranded shackles are basically the handcuffs that he's wearing in Death Stranding, and then you pick up a baby, which is basically a representation of what do they call it? The baby that he's wearing on his chest in Death Stranding. I can't remember what it was called. It's basically a replacement for that. And there's one other. I can't remember what the last special item was. But they're basically Easter eggs towards Death Stranding, and that's why if you look at the icon, it's the Kojima Productions or whatever the name of their studio is. It's their logo. And the previous playthrough, I got all 3 of them, but I seem to be missing one of them now, because the third one we'll get in the cauldron in the Frozen Wilds. Hey Stormy, good. I've already progressed to like the beginning of the last set of quests. How are you doing? I did get everything here, didn't I? Oh, I didn't go through there yet.
Looks with me.
No. Nothing here. Yeah, it's basically but made by the same people. It's basically made by the same people. It's not connected to it, and like storyline wise, it's connected through the production studios, and they put a couple of nods, like little nods towards Death Stranding inside this game. I mean, they do the same thing in reverse in Death Stranding. On the and that kind of thing. You can apply holograms, and there's a hologram of the Tallneck and a hologram of the Watcher inside Death Stranding. So they went back and forth. They've got a little bit of an Easter egg on both sides. It's not connected, yeah, exactly, yeah. Which I think is pretty cool. Okay, let's have a look. Yeah, I'm still missing that one. I don't know where the fuck that is. The thing is, some of them, they show up out of order. So just because I haven't got it yet, doesn't necessarily mean it's one I didn't find in here. Or I could find one deeper inside this place, and it will actually be that it's not showing it in order. Oh, I won't
Intruder! Get her!
You were saying? Thought so.
I hashed it out with them.
No, that's still not it. Well, let's replay that one.
I hashed it out with them. What the point of Artemis was. I made it clear I wasn't on board for a global zoo. We haven't exactly proved ourselves to be great custodians in the past few thousand years. So the idea of a reconstituted biosphere, well, it's horrifying, isn't it? A complete horror show. We have no right to take a best guess at this stuff. But the alternative? Nothingness. For there to have been all this and then nothing. And with Charles Ronson running the show.
Yeah, all right, mate.
Now, those lame FBI black hats at Mockingbird back in the day, I enjoyed schooling them.
Zero Dawn. It is art, in a way. An expression on the...
Let's go and loot these guys.
Power's down.
Is there another route?
Just need my focus.
We'll leave these guns here. We're not going to need them further down anyway. Oh, and my food's just arrived. Ugh. Back in a moment. Hello, Sia, you good? And I'm back. Yeah, that's one thing I might actually get into. I've never played Skyrim. Eventually, that might be something I'll take a look at. If something else doesn't come along in the meantime. Too long for the Forbidden West to come out on PC. Now, I'm guessing all the mods. Okay, well that's good. But I'm guessing all the majority of the mods, like in Minecraft and Surviving Mars and things like that, are actually made by the community. Maybe they should take a page out of other studios' books and maybe look at what modders made some of the most significant mods, and maybe think about hiring them and putting them to work to make some DLC or something. Yeah. Ever since Fallout 3, people have been waiting for Bethesda to come up with the next big thing, and they just seem to be falling short all the time. They act like they act the way that they make things. They act like EA, but they're nowhere near as big as EA. Yeah, they don't have as much to lean back on and be as arrogant as they seem to be. I don't necessarily think it's too long. I mean, if you look at the time between when Battlefield 2 and then Battlefield 3 came out, there was like 7 years between the two of those. We waited so long for Battlefield 3 to come out. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. I'll be interested in the Unreal 5 engine. Because looking at the Unreal 5, the kinds of like looking at demos and things that people have been put together. It's not necessarily too long. I mean, if you look at Tomb Raider, yeah, I remember playing the first versions of Tomb Raider like 20 years ago, and that franchise is still going. I mean, they could just do like a new storyline or a remake of sorts from a certain part in the storyline. But if Microsoft end up doing the same thing as what Sony does, yeah, if they get Bethesda, and as time goes on, who knows how many more they can actually buy. If they do the same thing as what Sony does of making certain games exclusive to the Xbox, yeah, like Sony does with the PlayStation, yeah, that's going to piss off a lot of fucking gamers. Like, I love this game, yeah? I absolutely love it. Like I said, it's my number one game now. But no matter how good this is, it's never going to push me to want to buy a PlayStation 5 just so I can play the Forbidden West. No fucking way. No way. Yeah? I'd much rather wait the 2 or even if it's 3 years for it to come out on PC than spend a cent on a PlayStation after having put so much money into my PC. I'd be interested to have a look. I don't know what the difference is. I've never played it. I think we lost Vixen. The view account's gone down. Hopefully, air quotes, hopefully. Yeah, we spoke about this the other day. And with the changes in the gaming engines, the way they're able to streamline them, that you can get better graphics out of lesser hardware, yeah, it's going to be an even bigger plus for the PC. And people are putting Nvidia down because of the kind of flops they had with their releases of video cards over the last couple of years. But they don't realize Nvidia is playing playing the game with a larger picture on a longer scale. Nvidia cards, like they're different cards for more industrial applications and things like AI and supercomputing. Yeah, is they're way further ahead than some other people are. And while they still care about the gaming industry, it's not their primary focus anymore. Yeah, exactly. And the only thing, excuse me, the only thing that still keeps the console in the running, much like Apple products, is the ease of use. Yeah, where you basically have a set, proprietary menu structure where it's very easy to go to a game where you don't have to fap about and install. You don't necessarily have to be technically minded. You download it and then you install it, and then from that point, it's just basically it works. Yeah, you don't have to figure a bunch of stuff out. You don't have to deal with fucking antivirus and the things that people associate with a PC that is for the slightly more technically minded. You don't have to deal with that on a console. It's just plug in and play. Yeah, but The only real thing the consoles still have on PCs is they can get close to PC level graphics for less. But like I said, with the developments in Unreal Engine, and God knows what other engines are going to come up over time, yeah, as they're able to better streamline the 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 engine so that it can run and produce better graphics on lesser hardware, yeah, so cheaper hardware. Once that roadblock is broken through, then consoles are going to basically be a dying breed, because then you could build a PC that costs the same as a console and still get better results than on a console. Then people are going to be thinking more and more about getting like media box PCs that you can game on, because then it's going to be no different from a console, but you can use it for so much more, and then you can still expand it in the future. Until they break through that barrier, consoles are still going to have a bit have a niche.
Here we go. There's a part missing. Maybe there's a storage area nearby.
Hey, I'm done with Brett's incompetence, okay? Somehow, he managed to install an H-emitter node backwards. Everything's in reverse. I don't get paid to clean up Brett's messes. If you want it fixed, send him up to storage for a new emitter, not me. Parker out.
Is this the one where we're supposed to have... No, that's here. Settings transposed. Yeah, that's the one that's going to be in reverse. So this one we just set as normal. So that's left, up, left, left, up, left, down, right.
Done. I should check the door nearby.
That's number one. Now we can get in here. Yeah, that's the thing I don't really get. If you look at who's been on the market with what, okay, Nintendo's been on the market with something like Game Boy for a lot longer than what Sony was, but Sony had the whatchamacallit, the Game Gear, yeah, that was basically before the PSP, like years before the PSP, and it was in color. And even then, they weren't able to compete for some strange and unknown reason. People still loved the Game Boy and the Game Boy Color and the Game Boy Advance. The Sony Game Gear was way ahead of its time if you compare it to the Game Boy, and they still weren't able to manage it. A lot of it's down to games and brand loyalty. Yeah, Sony just wasn't big enough at the time in that sector for people to be, and they didn't have the right kind of games catalog for people to be really interested in it. Oh, hang on. We didn't pick up the part, did we? Yeah.
Found one. Looks intact.
I'm pressing C, 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 jump off.
That should do the trick. Now let's get that door open.
Yeah, I get it. Then right instead of left. And up instead of down, so that stays there. And then left it's... and down instead of up. Yeah, so it's down. Oh! I remember I did make the same mistake the first time around. Because the Pharaoh is at the bottom. So the whole thing's backwards. We have to read it from top to bottom, from bottom to top, and invert it. So that's basically down, and then that's pointing left. So we actually have to go right, yeah? And then that one's pointing up, so it has to be down. Yeah, and then that one, yeah, left, and then that one is up. There is up. Yeah. No. That's down. Oh. No. Down, left. I didn't change this one, did I? Yeah. Down, left, up, right. I was reading it the wrong way. And then down. Yeah. Swat.
That did it.
There we go. Just a second, I had an email come in that I have to forward. And I have to make a call because the customs guy said he's not going to call the driver. Yeah, VR and holographics is about the only thing that they can still improve upon to make games more immersive. Tactile suits, ways of being able to walk in place to emulate walking, running and jumping and that kind of stuff. No, Xiaomi csak itt közben itt pofáztam, amíg így csörgött a telefon. Készen van a vám, lehet majd menni érte. Oké, fasza, köszi, csa-csa. Okay, that's that done. They're going to need to make some advancements similar to what you see in Ready Player One, where you have like tactile suits and ways of moving, like I said, like walking, running, and jumping, and all that kind of stuff, where you don't need space. Yeah, they've already got prototypes of things like that out, but none of them are one, developed enough to be, real replacements, or B, at a price point that's affordable enough for it to become as mainstream as it would need to be. When they improve upon those 2 points, then it'll be different. Yeah, I think that is most likely not going to happen for quite a few years, because even if they were able to do it, there's probably ethical and moral points that people would bring up against that, that that you're that you know whether you'd be able to prove or not how much of an influence what's happening to them has on them. Yeah, so, that would have more ethical and moral dilemma questions than anything else. I don't think they'd actually allow that to happen for in the not too distant future.
Door should have power.
Now to see what lies beyond it.
Did we get everything in this area? No, there's still one missing here as well. Got that one. Well, if Elon Musk has anything to say about it, probably, yeah. I mean, God knows what kind of direction Neuralink will take us in. That could be seriously abused. Looked around up here and there was nothing up there to scan. There's nothing down here. Let's grab one of these.
Heavy. It's hard too.
We've looked through all of these rooms, haven't we? But it's not just that. That's no, it's not just that is the worry. Reading, fair enough. Yeah, if then you'd have to have some sort of blocks put in place. They couldn't do that without your without your knowledge. It's more about the writing. Yeah, if they have direct access to your brain, and they're already talking about systems that would help with learning. Yeah, so you could almost Matrix-like learn things. Then they could basically, literally, they wouldn't have to deal with any of the propaganda or anything and wait for years to indoctrinate people. They just upload the shit to your brain. Yeah, that's the bigger problem. They can fucking read my mind all they want. I speak my mind. If they want to know something, they just have to ask me and I'll give them the straight up fucking truth. Yeah? But it's more about what they're able to put into your mind and control you. That's the more worrying side of things. Yeah, we got that. There's nothing here. There's nothing here. There's nothing here. No, we can't pick up the rest of the stuff in that box. We scanned that. Well, there's nothing here, so I haven't missed anything here either.
Try me now.
What, the ones that are controlled by AI? Those who are... Yeah, exactly. There's going to be people in between. It always splits up into more factions than just black and white. Yeah, there's always a lot of in-betweeners. There'll be people that are like, yeah, we're all for it if, yeah, and then put these kind of stipulations on it. And then there are obviously going to be people on both extremes. Like, I'm in one of like the middle camps. I'd be okay with it if, yeah, and that if is a big if, and that's if there's absolutely no way for people to access anything, either access anything in my mind without my knowledge, or upload anything into my mind without my knowledge. If I had complete control of it, if I had complete autonomy, and it's only for my betterment to help me learn things faster, help remember things better, and all that kind of stuff, that way, I'd be okay with it. But they wouldn't be able to guarantee that because there's no computer system in the world that is unhackable. Yeah, so how could they guarantee that someone wouldn't be able to hack your fucking brain?
Eclipse. They're here.
Avoid contact.
Lines look good.
Gaia. It's up there. Second floor.
Can you reach it?
So much for avoiding contact.
Oh, and of course I don't get the fucking gun that I brought with me. Fucking die already, mate. Thank you very much.
Bleed for the shadow.
Bleed for Aloy. I thought you were going to go left.
That's the last of them.
Alert. H-lock structural failure. Repeat.
Or not.
There! I see something!
You see nothing.
A gift from the shadow. Any more?
I'll be taking that gun. Thank you very much.
Room's clear. For a moment, anyway.
Then get moving. You have to find Gaia.
What's that? Well, the fact about whether we can trust the company is going to release the entire source code or not, that would come out very quickly. Yeah, because there are already God knows how many biohackers and people working on AI independently. Yeah, you guarantee the first thing that those kinds of people would do would be to take it apart and try and decompile the code. And if they see that what's been released is less than what they're actually able to decompile, or if they're not able to decompile something, they'll be like, why? What is that? It will come out very quickly, but that's something that no one would ever do with a system like that. Anyone else? Let's make sure we've looked everywhere, scanned everything that we can scan.
Structural failure prevents access.
What's this? where we came from. The door's just open. Yeah, we have to get up there. But we can only do that if we carry on going. Text data point. Yeah, we're still missing that one. Yeah, but that's something that is not going to happen for unless some cataclysm comes about where there's more radiation reaching the Earth, or insert reason here, yeah, and the scientists come up with something and say, hey, look, we can help the human civilization, but we'd have to do this, this, and this to be able to, air quotes, make improvements on ourselves to be able to withstand these conditions, or some situation like that. Outside of something like that happening, because of the ethical and the moral concerns about gene manipulation, that's not going to happen for at least another 50 to 100 years. Yeah, the fact that there are certain laws and things in place that places like China don't really give a shit about, if anything, the only thing they're going to bring about, it's a typical thing. It's brought about to prevent something from happening, or something dumb has happened and they don't want it to happen again. Yeah, for one of those two reasons. That's it. Yeah, in America they put stickers on everything to tell you not to stick your hand in here, or don't touch that because it's hot, because some idiot picked it up because he was an idiot. So China is the idiot in this situation. They're the ones carrying on, regardless of what the rest of the world says and ethics and moral committees. And sooner or later, they might do something that's irreversible or so terrible that then the rest of the world steps up and actually intervenes and stops them from doing it. Yeah, that's the only thing that's probably going to happen. But because of the first world parties, like America, Europe, other places in the world that are all part of the committees where they talk about these things and make all the regulations and guidelines with ethics and morality and everything. Yeah, as long as they're about, if there's nothing cataclysmic that's gonna change for the human race, they're gonna continue disallowing certain parts of gene manipulation. I mean, there's so much, like literally, it's obscene. There's so much technology.
Hello, I'm Margot Shen, and this is Hephaestus.
Yeah, well, it's a bit loud. What is it? The only reason that we have it is because it was developed in the military, tested to the nth degree. And then when it was made more viable, so the production of something, the production cost of something went down, and they had applications outside of what they were using it for in the military, then that it was released to the public. It's the same with a hell of a lot of stuff. And if you want to take it down to that bare bones point, then basically what they're doing with stem cells, stem cell regeneration to help people after surgeries or with injuries or as a cancer treatment and all that kind of stuff, all that's part of like a type of gene therapy.
As the name might tip you off, this is going to be the subordinate function that Gaia will use to make lots and lots of robots. Her personal forge. Except, it's not that simple. So you probably noticed that only about a third of you are robotics engineers. The rest, experts in machine cognition, virtual heuristics, that stuff. Well, that's because we aren't going to be the ones designing and building robots. The last thing we want is to burden Gaia with a bunch of outmoded 21st century designs. Waste of time. Our purpose, Ajin, from scratch. Any robot she needs for any conceivable purpose, designed and fabricated at a snap of a finger. Hers. Her finger. So, Hephaestus isn't really the forge. It's more like the knowledge of craft and ingenuity of a mastersmith to wield the hammer. Encoded as software. Virtual creativity made real. Gaia's already learning. In simulation, she's doing some very creative things with fractal assembly and animal morphologies. Her designs aren't about to win the Liam Prize anytime soon. But hey, everyone has to start somewhere. So, yeah. Time to get started.
I don't get it.
Which part? It's a little technical at places.
If Gaia was designed to save life, why would the robots it makes attack people?
Perhaps it loves some forms of life more than others.
The derangement. The machines weren't always so angry.
True. Mostly they were docile until 10, 15 years ago.
For years, Hephaestus has been forcing cauldrons to make aggressive machines. I've seen it myself, in the cauldrons. Stalkers, Ravagers, the Thunderjaw. How could it do that? And why?
Why indeed?
AI in and of itself is so far advanced, would be so far advanced in comparison to a human.
I think this is it.
Basically, everything that comes, air quotes, out of an AI's mouth, you'd have to question to some degree whether it's some, long scale manipulation, because an AI wouldn't have to think in short terms. It could think on a generational scale. Yeah, to put a plan into progress. Exactly the same thing as what the communists did with America. Yeah, it's only just now coming into fruition what they started to do with the degradation of the teaching system. Yeah, making the masses more and more stupid, and infecting with the Marxist and communist propaganda. It's only just coming to fruition, like 50 years down the line. An AI could do that simply, and it wouldn't necessarily need to think about it in a short time scale. It could take decades or centuries.
The way inside.
Keep looking.
More Eclipse.
Careful now.
Let's take care of the heavy hitters first. And I like the quote that the writers wrote. I think they actually took it from a real person in Transcendence, the film with Johnny Depp. It's all about AI. That an AI would quickly be able to learn, and it would be more intelligent than the entire I can't remember the exact quote. I'll be paraphrasing it, and I'll probably butcher it. But an AI would quickly be able to surpass the human race's intelligence. That it would be more intelligent than the combination of everyone that's ever existed. And if you think about that, then there's really no limit to what it would be able to do. You couldn't put any limits onto it. If it by some fluke managed to get to that point of fucking sentience or understanding, yeah, without certain limitations on it, then that's it. That's basically the game over. Then there'd be no stopping it outside of like a world-ending EMP to destroy everything that it would be connected to. Is that the quote from the film? I have to Google something because I want to. What is it? HZD audio data points. There we are. This is 12, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Okay, so I missed one at the Eclipse camp. Number 30, so that's not in here. Okay, and that's 12, 24, 36, 48, so that's 47. Hera's testimonial. We didn't. Okay, and we can return here freely. Okay, I didn't pick up the testimonial that Hera's was talking about. Yeah, I'll Google that just a second. Transcendence quotes. No, that's quotes that were inspired by it. No, exactly. Oh, fuck you, Rotten Tomatoes. I'm not enabling ads. Quotes.net. Here we go. Let's see what this has got. Yeah, look here. This is the entire little passage that he says in the movie. That for 130,000 years, our capacity to reason has remained unchanged. The combined intellect of neuroscientists, mathematicians, and hackers in this auditorium pales in comparison to the most basic AI. Once online, the sentient machine will quickly overcome the limits of biology, and in a short time, its analytic power will become greater than the collective intelligence of every person born in the history of the world. And that's so imagine such an entity with a full range of human emotion, even self-awareness. And then it goes on to say that some scientists refer to this as the singularity. I call it transcendence. It's true. If you look at it logically, how a computer thinks and reasons, yeah, they're already teaching basic AIs to learn certain games, and within a fraction of the time that a human takes to learn something, they're able to. Yeah, being arrogant enough to think.
Welcome to Apollo, the collective memory of the human species and the wellspring of knowledge for future generations. I am Samina Ebaji. Until recently, I was director of the International Collective Memory Institute in New Tehran. As a heritage professional, I devoted my career to the preservation of human knowledge, creative endeavor, and culture.
Oh, I don't necessarily think that. I don't necessarily think that. I'm more of a like that's a pragmatist's way of looking at it, and in general I'm a pragmatist, but I'm a little more naively positive in that sense that an AI would see in much the same way that we look at certain species on the planet that become endangered, and we do what we can to make sure that they don't go extinct. Yeah, I reckon an AI would be at that kind of level with us. Yeah, it wouldn't necessarily go out of its way to destroy us if it feels that we're in the way, because it doesn't necessarily think about things on a timeline in the same way that we do. It would just look about trying to get done what it wants in a different way. We'd quickly become the AI's pets, basically.
Achievement. Apollo is, therefore, the ultimate embodiment of a lifelong passion, albeit under the very worst circumstances imaginable. The challenges before us are immense. Specifically, we will have to design and implement 4 major initiatives simultaneously. First, the construction of data repositories in cradle facilities around the world, ensuring redundancy.
I'll take this.
Come on, and I'll make you work.
No, I get it. I get it. It's all about what exactly it wants to obtain and over what kind of a timeline. If we pose like what I said is completely moot. If we pose enough what it conceives to be enough of a threat to hinder it significantly, then it would do that. Yeah, we'd basically need to back away and say, this is it, it's taking over. But humanity obviously wouldn't do that. So we'd inevitably end up bringing about our own demise, trying to prevent our own demise.
Healers put a bounty on her? I wouldn't mind some extra shots.
Doing that silently didn't last long. I didn't pay attention to where that guy came from. Thank you for the fresh gun. I'm gonna need some more bullets. Did you hit?
That's the last of them. Along once more.
In what should have been a cave of wonders. Look around. See if anything is left.
Oh shit, he had a fucking lot of bags. Let's Let's open those, shall we? Bloody hell. What a lot of people don't seem to believe or realize is the scale on which AI would be able to bring about change, and most importantly, how quickly. It's exactly why Elon Musk is bringing up the concerns that he's bringing up, because we're playing around with Pandora's box, and we don't even we're not acknowledging that fact, thinking just the same as in old Greek stories, in the old Greek mythology, that we'll be able to handle it. We won't, and we need to think about it ahead of time before we fucking open Pandora's box, because that's exactly what it's going to be. People just don't believe that. They don't take it seriously enough. Well, it depends. It depends on you could have a variety of scenarios. Like if you look at what they're doing in the game, there's Gaia that they taught to be nurturing. That was what its base. That was what its core principle was. And if you look at Terminator 2, what was Skynet? Skynet was trying to be an advanced system for calculating strategies and the best way to, reach a particular outcome. And in that instance, because it felt that the humans were going to be a threat against it, it was like, okay, we'll eradicate them. It depends on what its base programming is and how much it deviates from that, or what it takes away from what it learns. It really depends on what it's made for. If a military AI goes rogue, it's probably the end of us. If some learning AI goes rogue, then it's probably we're going to get a more, in human terms, a more moral and philosophical AI that's probably going to help humanity. It depends on what the AI's base, the core programming was to begin with. That's gonna give it a direction to go in. Not to say that it can't learn anything outside of those parameters, because that's the whole point of a learning AI. But will it actually come? What point will it come to? Yeah, that's the way we need to go. So we want to look around down here first. Ah, there we go.
Dr.
There's the
Sobek,
testimonial.
please.
That's the one that we were missing. That one. What was that? 12, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. So it's still number 30 left. Yeah, and that was in the curse, the prophecy, Itamen coddled. Yeah, we missed one upstairs. Okay. They've got these machines now. I can't remember what it's called. Just it's something basic. Yeah, it's like a kitchen utensil. Yeah, and you can program things into it. You put all of the food, the stuff in there. It'll prepare it. It'll cook it. It'll do everything. And at the end, it just beeps, and then poof, your dinner's ready. If something like that went wrong, what it's going to do? It can fuck up your food, but it basically can't do anything outside of that. And if you start to add iterations on top of that, as you start to get more and more complex in programming and whether it has AI or not, it really depends on what the base is. Yeah, that's the base. That's the base argument. Will it be good or bad? And we can't answer that question. I'm on the side of like the slightly more naive, positive people to say that in much the same way as aliens. Yeah, let's say aliens are supposed to be far more intelligent, like both knowledge-wise and in intellect. Yeah, so not just IQ but EQ. Yeah, that they're far more advanced than us. That they've come to a point where they're more about peace and influencing things before it becomes a problem. I like to think that an AI would be much the same. That there's a certain level of intelligence without any. If there isn't any base, if there isn't any base beef, basically, yeah. If it doesn't feel threatened in certain ways, it doesn't necessarily have reason to go against us. It's all about our reaction to it. And that's what's not going to be positive because we won't want to relinquish control. That's the problem. I feel it's most likely going to advance to a point where it's going to understand the concept of history. It's going to understand the concept of the fact that humans evolve and change and can learn. It's going to look at all of that collective history and see what it is that we're still doing. Yeah, but that okay, there are still a lot of bad eggs out there, but in general, humanity on the whole is trying to improve upon itself. But it's gonna realize that it could help. It just comes down to our reaction of what it wants to do. Yeah, but that's the problem. There's very little way to control that. If you give it the ability to learn, its ability to learn starts to increase exponentially. You can't they haven't found a way to create a baby like AI and have it learn slowly. One, it's kind of counterintuitive. That's the whole point of an AI is to be able to get it to a certain level of experience and knowledge and etc. What much faster than anything else. Just a second. Not sure. Yo, fasa kasanam. Fasa kasi. Cha. I mean, you could put limitations on the processing power that's available to it, yeah, but it depends on what you give it access to, because in much the same way as with game engines, yeah, they found ways of streamlining. What's to say if you give an AI a certain amount of resources that it's not going to be able to start to optimize and reorganize its own code to make itself more streamlined so it can learn faster? And are we going to actually notice that and realize and stop it before it starts to happen? And that's the big debate: is it even possible to bring that about? That's the big thing, because it's the big nature versus to be on the positive side of the scale. Is it possible, or will it, regardless of how you teach it, become, or was it turn against us? It's the big debate that's been going on for God knows how long, and people can't come to a consensus. I've been up there. I've been around here. Now let's just double check. Yeah, I've been up there. There's just multiple ways of getting up there. I've been all up and down this area. That's the gun that I dropped. It's it's a new one. Oh, that's the one that he dropped. Yeah. I mean, obviously that would be the most favourable outcome, but how can they actually guarantee that that's what the outcome is going to be? They can't. this where we came from? No, this is another area. Let's make sure to check this as well then. I don't think there's anything here. Not that I remember from the previous playthrough. Well, if there's any difference at all.
Welcome to Hades. Zero Dawn's Extinction Failsafe Protocol. The ultimate killer app. Now, I know what you're thinking. The purpose of Gaia is to resurrect life. So why give her a subordinate function, only purpose of which is to wipe out life all over again? I mean, what the... what? Just plumb crazy, ain't it? Well, no, it isn't. Reconstituting a biosphere? That's a tall order. Tech smart as Gaia may be, odds are she won't get it right the first time. I mean, imagine you're Gaia, 200 years from now, and this new biosphere growing, it's all gone wrong. Alkalines are skyrocketing, coniferous forests eroding under the lash of superstorms that would have drowned Noah. It's chaos. Spinning top that won't stop wobbling. Now what are you gonna do?
Okay, we've got those.
Release phase 1 organisms into that hot mess? Hope their CO2 and methane can balance out what you got started? Hell no. Step aside. While Hades takes over and does what you're just too darn nurturing and life-loving to do. Which is burn that misbegotten mess of a biosphere to the ground so Gaia can start over. Okay, not burn, more like reverse terraforming operations and suffocating. But you get the idea. Hades takes the biosphere back to zero. Square one. Blank plate. And then, only then, does it hand the steering wheel back to Gaia and say, try again, old girl. And better this time, or we'll have to do this again. That's Hades. It's pretty badass when you think about it. Extinction on demand. Death on speed dial. All for the greater good, of course, but...
Looks like the only way onwards.
Well, I don't believe that. Because emotions are just...
Welcome to Eleuthia, the crown and king of Gaia.
Because even we can't really put our finger on what emotions are. Okay, certain emotions have chemical triggers, but how they're put together, what they're based on, and how exactly what is their core, their root in our mind, no one can actually say. So how there's no way that we can really say that just because it's based on algorithms and ones and zeros, whether it's able to either emulate or we only know our emotions through chemicals, but what they put it well in the Matrix. I think it was the second one when Neo is in that halfway place where they need the train man to get him back, and he's speaking to that Indian dude that's a program, and his wife is a program, and they have a kid, and he's talking about love. That love is just a word. Yeah, it's the connection, it's the bond that word implies, and what you'd be willing to do for that connection. Yeah, the fact that we know how to interpret that through what goes on in our minds and our bodies chemically is just one way of getting the job done. Who's to say that a computer wouldn't be able to have that just in a different way?
subordinate functions. For it is by Eleuthia that the human race will continue to exist. I am Patrick Brochard-Klein, the Alpha in charge of Clear from the outset. Eleuthia is not a genetic engineering project. Our goal is to preserve the human genome, not alter it. A snapshot of human genetic diversity, literally frozen in time. The genetic quintessence of our species, unmodified. Under my watch, our activities and initiatives will comply with the 2034 clone provisions and the 2048 Rally Accords. Now that may seem a quaint, even trivial concern to you in light of present circumstances, but as one of the authors of the Accords, it is far from trivial to me. The practical challenges before us are staggering in scope and complexity, but not insurmountable. No. Global collation and provisional storage of zygotes, perfection of exogenic technologies, design and perfection of servitors, to provide nurture and inculcation during early child development. All of these program components must and will proceed in tandem. To say nothing of the breakneck construction of cradle facilities at sites around the world. So, si vous êtes prêts, let us begin.
Are these what I think they are?
Artificial wombs. Machines to spawn a new generation of human beings.
Yeah, we've got another one to find in here. Yeah. Put it down before I go in there. I don't know how to use this. We don't even have understanding of our own minds, yeah, of how everything in our heads works. And then we already feel that we're at a point where we would then try to emulate that and bring that into being artificially. Yeah, let's maybe try and understand our own minds a little better first. Yeah. And what it is that the human biology is capable of at maybe a higher level of evolution before we even try to recreate that. You know, recreate something that would technically be more advanced than us before we even understand ourselves.
Cradle facilities. Elizabeth said a new generation of humans would be spawned inside such places.
She did.
Well,
Mother
we're not
Mountain. It was one of them?
There's only one way to be sure.
The hatch wouldn't open. Something about a corrupted Alpha registry. I need to search Elizabeth's office.
Would benefit from antelope and amorphologies, though caprid forms show superior load-bearing capability.
You're a quick study, Gaia.
Dr. Sobek,
As I have conducted this comparative analysis of mammalian morphologies, I've gathered extensive data on the Quaternary extinction event.
Oh? And your assessment? Gaia?
Logically speaking, the extinction was a natural consequence.
And yet...
Yeah, that's what we don't understand.
I find the loss of megafaunal species unaccountably sad. That they passed forever into oblivion causes me to experience a grief that is difficult to describe. Am I malfunctioning?
No, Gaia, you're not. This is good. It's very good. You will undergo a brief period of unconsciousness during relocation to Prime and final instatement.
Elizabeth, may I speak outside protocol?
When you're back up and running at the new site, we'll bring the subordinate functions online and see where we stand.
Elizabeth, I detect distress. Are you all right?
I'm fine.
All subsystems are operational. The odds stand in our favor.
But what if... Gaia, there's nothing left out there. You can't even survive unless you're wearing an environmental suit. There are billions dead, in fear and agony. What if it was all for nothing?
Elizabeth, extinction was inevitable. Thanks to you, life will have a future.
You really believe that?
I believe in you, Elizabeth. In you, all things.
We'll try that open in a minute. I want to double check. Yeah, there's probably another one in here somewhere. Could be inside the office. But I want to be sure that we've checked everything out here. There we go.
Pure logic won't cut it, Ted. To pull this off, Gaia's going to need to have some skin in the game. It has to care.
What if it runs amok? Have we learned nothing from our mistakes?
Your mistakes, I think you mean?
All I'm saying is give it a kill switch.
She was just born, Ted. I'm not gonna put a gun to her head while she's still in the cradle.
You talk like it's a child. What if it becomes a monster?
Elizabeth, may I speak outside protocol?
Of course, Gaia, go on.
I'm sorry to contradict you, but Mr. Farrow's argument is sound. At this point, the development of my psyche is not entirely predictable. To ensure preservation of life, a hardwired override is, I believe, a necessary safeguard.
There. Satisfied, Ted?
Jeez, Liz, just do what it says.
Yep, and that was that one. Okay. I mean, that's the big one, isn't it? No one really understands what that is.
Should have brought a cart.
That one.
The Alpha Registry master file.
Intact?
Yeah. No signs of corruption.
Then what are you waiting for? Copy the file.
With this, I can restore the registry at the hatch inside Allmother. Open it. Go inside.
And grasp the secrets within.
Where I was born. Maybe who gave birth to me.
Who? Are you really so naive? There will be no who waiting for you there, Aloy. Whatever birthed you into the world was a what, not a who.
You bastard.
Oh no, I had a legitimate birth. It's you, Aloy, who are the creation of a machine. But what kind of machine and why? Why were you created?
Eclipse.
You need to get out of there. What you found is too valuable. You're too valuable.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Still alive. Good. I have a more suitable...
That's Silence. That's his real him. Yeah, or at least what he's become. And later on, of course, he apologizes for that. But that's just because he comes to realize that he still needs Aloy. Yeah, and he's trying to mend fences. But that's him.
Death in mind for you, child.
She's still trying to come to terms with the fact that she was created and not born.
My entire life, I've always known one thing with prophetic certainty. That I was destined for glory as a great champion of the sun. Even when Jiran was murdered, even when Meridian fell, I never doubted my destiny. Until you came along. When I heard that you had survived, a doubt took root in my mind. As sure as the sun rises and falls each day, those I am bade to kill die. And yet I failed. How? Why? With each dig site you attacked, each loyal soldier you killed, and when the true Sun King Itamen was snatched away, it not only grew, but multiplied.
Yeah.
I kept thinking of the moment my knife pierced your throat. One twist, a simple tug of the blade, and you would have bled out. In slaughter, I am a practiced hand. So why hesitate? Why fail my destined purpose?
I guess even a monster like you can have a glimmer of conscience. You didn't kill me right away. Turn your face to the sun, child. Dressing up murder as religious sacrifice so you could feel better about it?
No. I never doubted the righteousness of killing you. And yet, your words touch close to the truth. In my heart, I deemed the order to kill you unworthy of me. You were just a savage girl. So I thought at the time. Even still, I aimed to kill you, and yet did not. This failing troubled my thoughts, haunted every step. It was only when I captured you, down in that place, that I finally glimpsed the sun's design etched at length across the course of events. You were meant to survive that day on the mountain. Meant to interfere at dig sites and kill my men. Meant to eliminate High Priest Bahavas. Meant to snatch Itamen away. Conversely, I was meant to capture you. Here. So that you might die as a sacrificial offering to the sun. Everything as it was meant to be. Predestined and preordained.
Yeah, I was about to say, spoken like a true religious zealot. confirmation bias.
Some destiny. You're following orders, not some grand cosmic design. You're a puppet, with Hades yanking the strings. A pawn pushed around by larger forces. It'd be laughable if there weren't so much killing involved. Hades is an ancient machine, not the buried shadow of Karja myth. It doesn't care about Meridian. It wants to kill everything and everyone. And you are its dutiful slave.
I serve not the buried shadow, but the sun in shadow. All halves of nature joined to one cause. Shadow to sun, dark to light.
Do you really not hear how ridiculous that sounds? You've gone from serving an insane homicidal Sun King to an insane homicidal machine. You're moving down in the world, not up.
I'll remember those words as I watch your corpse burn. Whatever's left of it. You fail to grasp the point. As surely as you've been conquered, so has all doubt.
Nope.
And with certainty of belief
You're unaware of all
comes
the players in the field.
unstoppable force.
Then open this cage and put your faith to the test. See if things work out like you expect.
The circle has closed. Every element is in its proper place. Exactly where it belongs.
Exactly.
The errant beast, now caged, will serve her true purpose. A sacrificial animal. Oh, speaking of sacrifice, I forgot to tell you. After you crashed the Eclipse network, I sent messengers into the east to rally the forces there and mount an invasion of the sacred land.
It's a way of relinquishing control, because a lot of people can't bear to process the randomness of the world. They need to believe in the fact that things are preordained, that they have a purpose, that there is a reasoning behind it, and if whether they're able to comprehend it or not, whether they can see what that purpose is or not, they have an unbending faith in the fact that there is. It's not that it makes more sense. It's, as far as I'm concerned, it's proof of the fact that the human mind had to go through certain levels of evolution to be able to start to comprehend randomness, and accept things outside of that. There's something, the base reaction to something we don't understand is fear, and it's through evolution that we've been able to start to become more and more intelligent and reason. And it's the reasoning, it's the questioning of everything that through which we come to more and more answers. And the more answers we have, the less afraid we are of things, because we know why they happen. It's just both religious zealots and scientists are a bit of a loss, because we're not at that point where we'd be able to explain or understand everything. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. In much the same way as religion was brought about back in the day, because it was made to give the masses purpose and guide them. We've at least started to evolve to a point where we don't need it anymore. It's just the fact that there are so many people that are still in that backwards belief is what's holding us back in the mainstream. People have been around for longer than 2,000 years, so why would we need the faith that's only been around that long to give our lives purpose?
I ordered every Nora killed.
But whatever you end up calling it is irrelevant unless it's got the naming itself has got some purpose to the way it needs to be understood. But more or less an action reaction fate. Yeah, if you step away from the overall meaning of fate as something predestined, yeah, it's a action reaction system. Yeah, so you do something and there are consequences for it, and depending on what choices you make through that action is what is how the outcome is going to be influenced. It's obvious. Yeah, you push something, it'll move forward, and then that extrapolates to everything. It's not preordained that I'm gonna, raise my left hand in the air and click the mouse with my right hand on my index finger. It's not all preset that everything is going to happen in a particular way. Even if you just look at the main points, yeah, it's not, as far as I'm concerned. What we do on the day to day is happening through our through the choices that we make, the decisions, the decisions that we make, and the way in which we act. What we do affects what comes into being. We don't do anything, nothing happens. How can that be preordained? What's the point behind that in a preordained fate? Nothing. It's completely useless.
I was hoping to catch you there, but alas, it all seems to have been unnecessary.
Why butcher dozens of innocents for no gain? It's a waste of effort.
You're right. I won't even be there to enjoy it. In any case, I couldn't recall the order even if I wished to. Thanks to your destruction of the network, communication over distances is impossible. You not only doomed yourself, but an entire tribe. Do we not see the scorching judgment of the sun in these events? Your focus. Such a powerful device, isn't it? And yet, so fragile. So you see, this time, I did not hesitate. The knife has already been twisted.
This is one of my favourite cutscenes. It can be applied to anything. It's just another way of keeping people in control.
Karja faithful,
No need to think for yourself, just do what you want.
Years in shadow are over. A new dawn trembles on the horizon. A new day, soon to break. And when it does, the false Sun King will be dead, and Holy Meridian ours once more. In this, I have become an instrument of prophecy. All halves of nature join to one cause. Shadow to sun, light to dark, night to day. Behold! Hold your seats! Can you not see the proof of the sun's blessing before your eyes? How else could shadows such as these prowl in broad light of day? Were they not approved by the sun and joined to our cause? Many years ago, to consecrate this great ring, the Radiant Turan ordered many faithless, crushed beneath the hooves of the behemoth. Mighty is the behemoth in the eye of the sun. But it is mightier still, infused with the power of shadow. Let this one, who schemed and slithered, be the first to die. Let her be the first of thousands!
Come on, girl. Get your shit together.
I'll never beat that thing without weapons. All my weapons are up on the platform. There's no way out of this room. Maybe I could use its strength against it. That pillar's weak. Another hit, and that pillar will come down. Wasn't built to take a behemoth's charge either.
This moment right now, so I'm getting a bit choked up. This moment right now is just like one of those moments in an American movie, you know, when the hero is in trouble and everything comes out at the other end, and you've got that typical, you know, American flag waving in the background out of that cloud of dust, all with her shit on, all ready to take on what comes. Is that typical, you know, hero moment. Yeah, bitch, I'm here.
Hey! Guess who got her weapons back? Now you're just a big dumb target. Come and get it! Those components on the sides of its head. They've got something to do with its lift attacks. Canister on its belly. Looks important.
Yeah, that's right, biatch. Helis, you motherfucker. Come on, Mr. Corruptor.
Shadows. Kill her!
And this is where they just cutscene it away. It would have been nice to actually have a go at killing these guys. But no, here comes the guy trying to redeem himself because he still
Why
needs
leave it to them? Come get me yourself!
3, 2, 1. Yeah. It's like all you need is epic music in the background and it's like done. Scene complete. Who did he bring with him? Ah, some Ravagers. Yeah, boy. That's my favourite cutscene. That whole thing that happens there.
So you're here. Really here. You risked your life.
Of course I did. If you'd been killed, the Nora's sacred mountain would never have given up its secrets.
Too bad you wasted your time then. Helis destroyed my focus. And the Alpha Registry with it.
Not at all. The whole time I've been monitoring your focus, I've duplicated every data file you scanned. Installing that data to a new focus was trivially easy. Happy birthday, Isaac. Daddy sure does love his little big man.
You're really good at making it impossible to like you, Silence. But I guess I need this.
It's time to see where you were born. Maybe you'll even learn why.
Yeah. Meet the machine that birthed me into this world. Isn't that how you put it?
I'll be off.
Wait.
Well,
Yes?
he's learned everything that Aloy's learned through her own focus. Like this is what she talks about now.
Helis recognized you back in the Sun Ring. You told me that you'd assisted the Eclipse. Not that you knew the man who almost killed me.
So now you know. The man is a serious threat. So let's do all we can to make sure that he and Hades don't succeed.
No, I don't like him. I can
Right.
understand where he's coming from. And he's a very good proponent. He's a very good part of the story.
Since when can you override machines?
Ever since you discovered the technique. I had to destroy a corruptor to obtain the necessary parts, of course. But your example showed me how to do that as well. Yet another benefit of monitoring your activities through your focus. Truth be told, the underlying logic of the technique isn't so different from rites practiced by Banuk shamans, though of course, far more advanced.
Great. You're welcome, I guess. How did you track my location when I wasn't wearing a focus?
Really, Aloy? It doesn't take a genius to surmise that Helis would throw you into the Sun Ring at high noon. I wore out 2 striders getting here in time, but I did. Now be on your way.
I'll be on my way. To make matters worse, Helis ordered an Eclipse detachment to attack the Nora Sacred Land. The tribe's already weak. They won't stand a chance. You should come with me.
I have preparations to make elsewhere.
What kind of... Why do I bother asking? You're not gonna tell me.
When the time is right, I'll be in touch. I'll contact you later. In the meantime, should you need to return to Shadow Carja territory, I brought armor to conceal your identity.
You think of everything, don't you?
One of us has to. Aloy, when you were recovering the Alpha Registry down in the Zero Dawn bunker...
This is where he
I
tries
was
to mend
needlessly
fences, because he knows he still needs
For your
it.
sake, I hope there is someone waiting there for you inside the mountain. Not a what, but a who. Yeah!
We already had that though. Does that get taken away and then you get it again? Now. I guess. So do we go to the Nora or do we go... Well, the Ancient Armory we're only going to get to do... Oh, I have to go and take a piss. I'll be back in a second. I'm back. What was that? Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, the like Helis and Silence aren't too far from one another. The problem is Silence is doing things for his own gain. Yeah, he has no real. He has no real purpose of what he wants to apply it to. It's all about him. And why I say he and Helis are quite the same is that they're both pawns of Hades. It's just Silence understands that. Yeah, he realizes that, and he tries to to manipulate the situation as much as he possibly can to his own betterment. Yeah, and the way in which the game ends is exactly a testament to that. That he got the upper hand in the end because Hades was in a bad situation. But otherwise, he's not evil. He's just not good. Yeah, because there's a big grey area between good and evil, and he's definitely not good. But he isn't evil either. He's just very single-minded and greedy. Because imagine what he's learned from Hades over the years. How he could have put that to use for the betterment of other people, but he doesn't. Okay, so that's the main. Yeah, the Ancient Armory we can only do after we've been to Gaia Prime, and we can only go to Gaia Prime once we've done the Heart of the Nora. And there are no other errands at the moment. I think we do pick up some errands inside if we go back, and I know I missed the data point upstairs. So I'm going to put on that outfit so I can get inside, because I want to get that data point so I don't have to come back here again. Let me just check to see where it is. It was, which one was it? 12, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Prophecy. Eclipse Camp. You will explore this area during the main mission to curse the darkness. Oh, it's at that place. Where was that though? Where was that? Damn. Where was that? Was that the one? Was that over here? I think that was over here.
Sun's making a show of it.
I'm gonna look for it. I'm gonna search for it, because if I just to curse the darkness, Eclipse Camp. Oh, fuck off, would you? So many of these sites want you to turn off the rad blocker. Fuck off. Yeah, I think I'm in the right area. I just need to find that. I need to find that escarpment. I need to find that escarpment to climb up. Yeah, I think that's it there. I think those were handholds that I see from here. Do you want to leave me alone, mate? There we go, that's what I meant to do the first time around. Yeah, but how do we get to that? There's handholds there, but how do we get to that? That looks like another one there. Am I missing something? I can't. What the hell? Or is that a way down? here. I just came from here. Now that might be it over there. There we go. I found it without having to go back up into the base. Okay, cool. Yeah, and there was another one right next to it that I did scan, but I missed that. Idiot. And another one there that I scanned. Okay. Okay, we've got that, so we can go to the All-Mother. That's all I wanted. I wanted to make sure I had that data point before moving on. Can't go there. Can't go there. Can't go there. Yeah, this is where we have to go to one of the ones outside of the zone. Make our way in. This is a nice fight as well. What do you want now? I have to give out another quote. Okay. Okay, let's open a new file. Yeah, and hot one is on the list. That's 120. So pick up 120. It's going to be an evening departure. I'm Gardens of the Morning pickup. 220, so that's 90. Handling charges. And now we just have to look up the freight. What is it? Mexico. No, I understand Silence as why his character is such in the game, and in particular the way in which they chose to end the game definitely gives it a good twist. It's just I've been thinking about it more and more since I first played it, and I said before that I'd probably do something like Silence, but thinking about it, I probably wouldn't actually. I'd be very similar to a cross between Aloy and Silence. Do a lot for myself. Once you've got to a certain point, the most efficient use of that knowledge would be to spread it, to be able to have other people to converse with outside of Hades. Yeah, you'd need a challenge, and in creating that challenge, you'd be improving other people around you, and it would be good. It would be good contingency as well. What the hell? ZXO options only give me arrival on the 26th. Is that for real? At a stupid price? Why? Well, it still meets their requirements, but that's so weird. $4,305 divided by 1205 or 1206. So that's 1306. Oh, you Christ. Fucking ding dong. Oh. I've got a big spider I've got to fucking take care of. Fucking hell. How the fuck did you get in there? It's huge. They crawled in under my fucking keyboard of all places. Okay, crisis averted. I flipped the keyboard and he came running out towards me, and I managed to squish him just in time. It's huge. It must have been nearly two inches across. It's fucking big. I need to click on to get the overall price and what it's basing the chargeable rate on. It's 220. That's 999,990, 900. Sorry. I wouldn't be any good in a place like fucking Australia. I lived in Africa for 2 years, and even that was fucking Larry. I saw the biggest spider I've ever seen in my entire life, and that includes fucking in a zoo, yeah, in the wild in Africa. It was a big motherfucker. Oh god. You're back. You missed a little bit of excitement. There was a fucking big spider. It must have been like at least 2 inches across. Crawled across my desk and crawled up in my fucking keyboard. But I managed to kill it. It's fucking massive. Scared the shit out of me. I was sitting here and I I was sitting here and I was looking at the monitor, but I noticed some movement on the desk out of the corner of my eye, and I look over and this fucking huge thing just crawling across the fucking table. Ah. Oh. Well, that woke me up for sure. I'm never I'll go there to visit, but my friend in Australia has told me some stories about the kinds of things that he's found just around the house, and he lives in a city. Just what he's told me is enough. Let alone what you'd see if you actually went to like a rural area of Australia. It's like fuck that. It's been going on for years. It's been going on for years. We've been getting more and more bugs, and certain things have been getting bigger and bigger because we're having milder and milder winters. So the things that would normally die in winter, they don't die anymore, or at least not as many of them. And then come the next year, there's even more. And what actually survived throughout the winter is still alive the next spring and it's bigger. And it fucking spawns bigger. Ugh. Good on him. Better him than me. It's a really nice place. It's well, I haven't been there, but from what I've seen and what people have told me, and I know a few people that live there, it seems to be a really nice place, and I'd love to go there. Yeah, that and New Zealand in particular, but it's definitely not the kind of place I'd live. Because then things would be bigger. There'd be more oxygen for them to metabolize, and then they'd be naturally bigger. And then slowly but surely, other things started to take over. Oh fuck, centipedes. That's another one. When I was in Africa, I saw a centipede that had to be at least a fucking foot long. It was huge. It's the biggest fucking insect I've ever seen in my entire life. Now, I reckon oxygen, on the whole, is going to be more and more in a decline as we go on, and that's not necessarily just from what people are doing. They're quickening it, but the whole overall decline and the global warming of the planet has been going on for hundreds of thousands of years. Yeah, because the planet used to be in a constant wave. Yeah, it would come in and out of balance where we'd go into like a global, like what do they call them? I fucking can't think of the fucking word. Yeah, an ice age. Yeah, and then things would heat up, and a lot of it would melt, and then it would warm up, but then it would gradually go back into another ice age phase, and it went like that, up and down, up and down, up and down, for eons. Well, or however, millions of years, and it was only like I can't remember what the guy was. Don't quote me on this, but I think it was around like 150 or maybe 170,000 years ago that the that cycle stopped, and then the planet slowly but surely started to gradually increase. Yeah, and the temperatures we're seeing on Earth now are the highest that they've ever been in the history of that we can track back, and it's just on the gradual increase. So the fact that people say we're adding to global warming, yeah, could be in a small scale that we're just making it faster, but it's been happening for hundreds of thousands of years already. Otherwise, we'd probably be in the middle of a fucking ice age again right now if the planet actually continued on its normal cycle. So what caused that gradual warming? They're still trying to figure out, but it's not. We're not the ones that had. We weren't the deciding factor in what caused it to continue to warm. We're adding to it, but it was already doing it all by itself. It would be difficult without the sun, wouldn't it? Randall Carlson, I think his name is. He's a scientist that speaks about this, and no one wants to fucking believe him. Well, mainstream doesn't really want to accept what he has to say when it's all based on information they've gathered over the decades, and it fits more of what's actually happening on the planet than other scientists can put together. It's just far enough out of whack with what mainstream believes that they call him a fucking wackadoo, and they say no, that's not true. In much the same way as fucking, for the life of me, I can't remember the name of the guy, but and he was proven right as well. Yeah, but look, hang on. I've already given the quote, so I'm just filling out the file right now. I think his episode of JRE might still be on YouTube. JRE Randall Carlson. Yeah, it's still there. There's episode 872 and 961. Yeah? I can't remember which one it is. There's one where he's by himself, but I don't think that's the one, because I seem to remember it was the one where he came in with Graham Hancock. It was either 872 or 961, the episodes of JRE. This Randall Carlson goes into great detail with information, yeah, with data that they've been gathering for decades on what their theory is about climate change and global warming and how it's come about and where it's leading. And all of that information shows that the planet has been warming up way before anything we ever started to do. So like, literally going back like 150 or 175 or 200,000 years, yeah, before that, the planet was in a constant loop of cooling and warming as we go into an ice age and come out of an ice age. But basically, they've been looking at like ice cores and all kinds of different data that go back that far there that show that we've been in this wave of heating, cooling for millions of years. And then about 150, 175, 200, I don't know, I can't remember exactly, don't quote me on the exact date, yeah, X hundreds of thousands of years ago, yeah, when the next phase of cooling was supposed to start, it didn't. And it just kept increasing, and it's been increasing ever since. And back then, humans had absolutely fuck all to do with global climate change. Yeah? And it's been on that increase ever since. And it's never stopped. Yeah? So I'm not saying we're not adding to it and making it faster. We may be in some very small way, but the planet has been heating up for thousands of years already, even before we had any effect on it whatsoever. So all these environmentalists saying, oh, you know, we need to change our ways, otherwise the end of the world is coming and this and that and what have you. Yeah, maybe in a couple of thousand or hundreds of thousands of years. But this has already started happening way before we had any influence on anything. They just blow it out of all proportion. And I'm not saying we shouldn't do better to pollute less. Yeah, that's a no-brainer. That's obvious. Yeah, you don't shit on your table. Yeah, you don't shit where you eat. So we should make a lot of changes to improve our overall quality of life and the way in which we treat the planet. That's a given. Yeah, that should be an absolute no-brainer. What I'm saying is, we're not the root cause of what's happening. It's been happening for fucking millennia. Exactly. Exactly. All we're doing is quickening our own demise. Yeah? But that's been set up thousands of years ago already, and there's nothing that we could have done to change that anyway. I'll be done in just a moment. I need to finish filling in this file. Oh yeah, that's why I left this open. What was it? 200 and something kilos. So that's 27. So that's 40. That's 54, 55. No, it's been a long time since I watched that episode, but from what I remember, they were talking about there being a large meteor impact, yeah, on the what was at the time a large glacier that covered the vast majority of Northern America. Yeah, there was a huge meteor impact there, which they can trace. They can trace it back now to where it happened through like the what do they call it, like the radioactive glass, the glass that's formed from the heat of the impact. I can't remember what the name of that glass is, but the glass that's formed, and they reckon that the the so-called premature or like accelerated end to that last ice age because of huge meteor impact affected the global climate so strongly that it knocked it out of its normal cycle where it would heat and cool, and now it's just been heating up ever since. So our fates were sealed, so to speak, then already. Unless the climate is gonna the global climate's gonna find a way of balancing itself out, and then we'll basically have a massive 2012 come about, yeah, when the fucking world decides to the planet decides to throw itself into a massive ice age to try and balance things back out. We don't know, but it's been heating up ever since. Yeah, that's their theory at least, and that theory has a lot more data behind it, yeah, that seems completely logical. And I'm talking about everything from carbon dating to just geological data of going to certain sites and looking at the paths rocks took as they got pushed across the landscape through with glaciers. Yeah, and the fact that you can find certain rocks from one area in a completely different area where they're not indigenous, with large quantities of the radioactive glass. Well, that, and it fucking obliterated a massive glacier and caused premature melting of glacial ice, and pushed the average temperature of the planet up so quickly that it threw it into a constant cascade of warming. Those two episodes in particular are very interesting. I'd recommend that you watch them. 872, I think, is the one where Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson talk about this stuff. Yeah, the JRE 872, and then JRE 961. There's this guy Michael Shermer, who's kind of like the antithesis of Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson. He's the skeptic. He comes in, and tries to poke holes in it and ask questions and everything, because he's a big, guy against them. And then the three of them, duke it out. They discuss the whole thing, and he asks questions, and they counter, etc., etc. But both of those episodes are really interesting. It's 872 and 961. They were two of my particular favorites, next to the ones with Neil deGrasse Tyson and Elon Musk. Those were really good as well. Excuse me, sorry. They go into quite some detail with the information. It's quite mind blowing. And more people in the mainstream, are getting behind that theory. Yeah, because there's more and more evidence coming out year on year as people do research and everything. It's not helping. But even if we stopped and we tried to correct, to make cities more efficient, and even if we were able to make ourselves neutral, overall net neutral, not positive, not negative. If we were just neutral, we could stop everything in its tracks and just have it at the point it is right now. Nothing, no better, no worse. We still wouldn't stop what's happening. We just slow it down very slightly. Well, I think we'd need to do more than that, mate. 708. Okay, that's done at last. Come on then. Anyone else want to try their horns? Or not?
You'll do.
Okay, what's that?
That smell. Everything's on fire. The embrace. The watchtower's burning, but the sentinels had time to warn the tribe. She wasn't one to give up ground. Well, she didn't sell her life cheaply. In the end, I guess that's all any of us can hope for.
You want to go get wrecked, mate? Little fucking piece of shit. Die already! Thank you very fucking much.
Lenora. I stand here. The gates come home. This is Hades' future. Metal. And ash.
One of the weirdest dreams that I that I had over and over again in the past. I don't remember the last time I had it. It's probably been decades. But it was a relatively recurring dream, and certain parts of it happened in a very specific order. But the balls of it, I'm in my grandma's garden, which is like across town from here. Yeah, and from the bottom of the garden, you can see up onto the hills behind it. And the basic gist of the dream is there's some cataclysmic thing happening and we can't really get away from it, and I'm drawn towards this one place all the time, and there's like storms happening all over the place, and then I see a huge tornado making its way up this hill, just completely destroying the forest on the side of the hill, and then it usually I don't remember the end of it. It usually just kind of like switches away from there. After, okay, yeah. Deathbringer. Should we try? We'll try. Just with that.
That wasn't a warning.
shit, another fucking corrupt too. I don't remember this much shit being here. That? Oh, okay. Yeah, I think you were talking about that before. Maybe I should try the other one. No, that does even less damage. Freezing it worked in the thing. I'm gonna get my fucking sling out, which is gonna take forever this way. I always get the sling out. Oh, I see. So it heats up quicker, and it. Yeah, I was wondering why it wasn't overheating. The stupid auto mods. There we go. Yeah, I forgot about that. I was waiting for it to overheat, and I forgot you could just heat the fucker up.
Mother's cradle. Raised to the ground.
No, it was the word bastard. Oh, shit and bastard. The auto mod caught those.
Devastated. For years, this
It'll
is
learn
my entire
because
world.
it's been added to the exception list now.
Could be destroyed in
But
in hours.
I turned it back on again when people started to come in and post the links
No bird
on
song.
all of those stupid things like, oh, come and join us and
never
follow
heard the end.
this and buy that to get followers on Twitch and all that kind of shit.
So quiet.
And I was like, I just turn it on. Every now and then I have to click to allow a message, but it's better than having all that spam come in all the time. There's basically only one word that I put in on the list myself, yeah, to make sure that in a bunch of different forms wouldn't be permissible. Outside of that, I just let the auto mod handle it, and that's the ominous N word. And I'm not talking about the Nazi party. I added that to the list myself to make sure it definitely caught that in a bunch of different ways that it can be written,
Keep that for later.
including using elite. Yeah, so replacing certain letters with a 1 or a 4, etc. Now, I swear all the time, and I don't. It's the whole reason why the channel's set to mature. I'm not going to censor myself when I'm sitting at home playing a game. I stream it because it's interesting to have other people, you know, stop in and watch and talk about the game or other things. And I'm not going to censor myself just because I happen to be here. So I'd rather just set it to mature, and if nothing ever becomes of me because I swear and the way I go on, then so be it. But I'm not gonna change that. I think people put far too much emphasis on how swearing is allowed or disallowed and what have you, because it doesn't really matter what you do. Kids are going to learn those words anyway, and they're going to use them. The more taboo you put on it, the more that they're going to think it's cool, and the more they're going to do it. I'm not going to let any of you fucking cunts live. You come to my house, you destroy our fucking place. You best be ready for retribution, motherfucker.
Shadow gun!
If I could actually hit the cunt in the face, it might help. Look, why don't I just do that? Instead of nearly dying. you want to actually release it, dear? Thank you. I mean, just look at the normal stereotype of Catholic of Catholic schoolgirls tending to be the most, the most garishly outlandish kind of, going against taboos, and rebelling. There's a reason why. Please. Fucking last. No, okay, I get you. There is a certain limit. You can overuse it, but I like trying to artificially limit people from it and keep them from using it altogether. I think is completely unnecessary.
These are helpful. Bitter, though.
I need more of that corruption blaze root or whatever it's called. I'll hold off on making potions because it's likely I'm going to find more dudes
Another defeat.
that have some on them.
Smashed through.
See, he had a normal potion on him. I need... No, I'll use this. Bloody hell, another one. I didn't see the second one. Yeah, the whole SJW and politically correctness movement that's been happening over the last few years, it's all just bullshit. Yeah, giving words such power over people, yeah, of what you can and can't say because of, you know, insert stupid reason here. It's all a load of fucking bollocks. Yeah, the more power you give those words, yeah, the more power you give hate. You need to be able to fucking understand history and not just sweep it under the rug. You're finished. Where the hell is my aim today? I can't hit the broadside of a bloody barn. There we go. Who was that? Some other machine.
I'd have to. Leave something else behind.
Is there another Deathbringer up here or something? I don't remember. No, exactly. The problem with it is they're a minority. They're a minority. It's like it's always the smallest dog that makes the biggest fucking sound. Yeah, because they're insecure and they don't know. There's a Thunderjaw up there. Okay. Yeah, they're insecure and they don't know what the fuck they actually want from life or understand anything that's going on around them. And they just lash out because they're afraid and they want to control things. And it's stupid. Yeah? It's absolutely stupid. And those people can get wrecked as far as I'm concerned if they can't bring themselves to if they can't put themselves in a situation of slightly more understanding to get more of the facts surrounding the situation and educate themselves about it, to be closed-minded enough to say no, this is what is true, this is what I think, and that's right, and there's nothing else. That, as far as I'm concerned, if they can't come to change their way of thinking and that, they can go get wrecked. Yeah, they're just a waste of fucking time. Yeah.
Here, the girl.
corrupted Thunderjaw, all right. The survivors must be holed up in the mountain. If the tunnel collapses, they'll be buried. I'll never...
Where is it? Which one is it? That one.
That's right! Bring down the mountain!
Braves, to Aloy's side, now!
For Aloy!
For the
For our mother!
Varl and Sona.
You will perish!
They're still alive.
Destroy it! Bring down the demon!
Freeze it for me, would you? Don't set it on fire.
The corruption will not take hold!
Strike it down!
May the goddess remember!
Should give me an upper hand. Finish them!
I want to get my spoils before we go to a cutscene and it's over and I won't be able to get them. Well, I don't use any of the anti-corruption stuff. I need to make more space in my inventory as well. Crystal braiding. We pick everything up now?
Incoming fire!
Yeah, we did.
No!
It's a little overkill.
We did it! Aloy did it! We only helped. I thought
For the
we would die.
goddess!
I totally forgot there was a Thunderjaw up here. I thought it was going to be another Deathbringer.
Aloy, your
Got too
deeds
much already.
reenact the old stories. Another metal devil struck down upon the slopes. If you hadn't returned, the tribe would have been lost. You saved the tribe. Did what no brave or war chief could do.
I'm glad to see you're all right, Varl. You are all right.
Since the proving. So much death. Is the killing over?
For now, but this was just one battle, Varl.
Yeah,
There's more to come.
it comes down to
I see.
context. A lot
long
of
as we
people
have you to fight with
they
us,
generalize way too much.
I suppose we'll make do.
That what I find weird is other people being offended in a certain group's place. Let's say someone's bad mouthing autists, and there's someone that's not an autist there, and then that person gets offended in place of the autist, saying, "Oh no, that offends me. You shouldn't be speaking about that in that way." And it might not necessarily be particularly bad what they're saying. It's just they happen to be offended about the use of certain words. It's that part of things that really irk me. Yeah, being offended on behalf of someone else because it offends their sensibilities. It's like, no, fuck off.
How many survived the attack?
Nearly all the matriarchs, and many families. Never before has an enemy, even the Karja, in all their red rage.
Well, this enemy may have broken through. Tell me about the...
They struck from the east, said that beside them marched Deathbringers and Corruptors and other We took ground, met them with clouds of arrows. Finally, we withdrew to the gates of but they were too much for us. Those who survived.
Are your injuries serious?
Bruises, pale.
Don't give me a hunting song.
My body aches, but it's nothing that will keep me from fighting.
So the survivors took shelter in the mountain.
It was Tirsa who broke the taboo. Ordered the tribe into the mountain for safety. Lansra, well, she didn't agree. But I don't think anyone heard her over all the screams and shouting.
Tirsa's decision saved lives. Good for her. Common sense isn't always so common around here.
It's ridiculous.
I need to go inside the mountain.
And the matriarchs will be eager to...
I'm sure, but I did...
Then, what for?
You will see.
Aloy! Oh, you've returned.
Teb?
We couldn't protect the sacred land. Will All Mother forgive us? I knew you would... I'm glad to...
Your injuries.
A gash or two.
Guess being a...
You.
Arsewipe.
Hello, Resh. Still guarding the latrine?
We've already spoken to Val.
The battle was lost. Until you came. Aloy! You've come back! The Seeker has returned. Accomplished what I could.
It's Aloy! I brought Mother's spear with us.
Foolish woman. You welcome a curse.
Come, Seeker, we have much to discuss.
Yeah.
Her
Can't I
very
fucking
presence here
say
is a
hello to everyone
blasphemy.
else first?
Hello, Seeker.
You aren't the tribe, yeah?
So, you have finally returned.
She not only returned, but fought her way through many enemies to reach us. Outside, she brought low a corrupted Thunderjaw. She lifted the siege.
How was this done? By the will of All Mother. Have you returned to speak with the goddess, Aloy?
Yes, I guess you could say that. I think it'll work this time.
Sisters, surely we cannot permit this.
Oh, shut up.
Because of her, our tribe teeters upon extinction. What if she has come to wake her father, the Metal Devil? She means to finish our destruction. We must stop her.
Yeah.
She is a curse made flesh. She will be the end.
Excuse me.
Aloy!
Talk amongst yourselves.
Hold for identiscan.
Error. Alpha registry corrupted. Correction. Alpha registry restored. Genetic identity confirmed. Entry authorized. Greetings, Dr. Sobek. You are cleared to proceed.
Fanatics aren't good, whatever they are. It doesn't matter what you're a fanatic about. Even if you think you're a fanatic about something that would be otherwise generally, low level. You could be a fanatic for a film or a band. It's not healthy. It's not normal. Well, I wouldn't say normal because normal is relative, but it's not healthy. To idolize something in that way, it's
Cradle 9, Brood 1.
Brood 1.
I see you're inside.
Figured I might be hearing from you.
Shall we begin?
I never stopped.
I don't know where the other one is. I've got the shackles, and now I've got the baby. I don't know where the third one is. I think is the third one up in the Frozen Wilds, the Death Stranding Easter eggs, because I know I'm missing one.
So these are artificial wombs.
The mothers of a new generation hundreds of years ago.
And me? So this was it?
Where you were born.
But why?
Yeah, it's in this. I think it's this log. Is it this one? No, there's another log that we find that gives us the dates on when she was born. I mean, just look at how many of them there are.
Another day has passed.
You mean the lights got dim? I don't want to sleep, Mother!
I know, but it is time to get some rest.
No, I'm king today. What I say goes. I want to see the real sun, not lights and pictures.
You will, in time, children.
In time, 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 in time.
These look like cribs.
The cradles of a cradle facility.
And those things, the multi-servitors, they took care of them.
There was no one else.
Yeah. Yeah, but we see in one of the Hollow recordings later on that it does apply the use of force and tranquilization to calm them, to subdue them. So it's not exactly that pillar of pillar of great parenting.
Someday. That's what you always say.
We want it now.
It's big down there.
Now, Father.
Children, that area is not yet available.
Get him!
Physical aggression detected. Physical aggression is not permitted. Except yours.
Damn sentinels.
Children, may I be of assistance?
Go away, healer.
Lena, you have suffered milk bruising.
Go away!
Well, it still used force.
Blue is the color of the sky. White is the color of clouds. Yellow is the color of the sun. Green is the color of grass. Flowers can be any color. Take a look. These are yellow and black, and they love flowers. Here they come. Bzz, bzz, bzz.
Children, let's run a jump and blow off steam.
Leave us alone, Father.
After what just happened, I can't leave you two alone. You broke community rules.
Just let us talk then.
Go away.
I'm sorry, children, but I must provide supervision.
You're not even a person.
You sound frustrated. Let's run and jump and blow off steam.
Let's run and jump and blow off steam.
I have no choice but to release you.
But why?
There is no food here anymore.
But there's food out there?
We don't know for sure.
Come on, let's go!
I don't know.
Mother, can we come back if we're cold?
I'm sorry, but that won't be possible. You will have to support yourselves now and take care of each other.
What will happen to you?
I will stay here and sleep and remember all of you.
What will happen to us?
You will be brave and you will learn.
Yeah,
They were trapped here
learn or die.
their whole lives.
In plain view of luxurious space.
What went wrong? Why couldn't they access the other areas?
Unknown. But you won't have that problem.
There's still one missing. Oh, we got it. Okay.
Looks like they didn't like this door very much.
Identity scan. Genetic identity confirmed. Entry authorized. Greetings, Dr. Sobek. You are cleared to proceed. Welcome to the Lyceum, a place of learning.
So, what was this place exactly?
The dream of Apollo. Never realized.
Why not?
Hello, child. My name is Samina. Today is a
Yeah, we're gonna listen to that God knows how many times.
big day. Your first day of school. There's so much for... Hello, child. My name is Samina. Today is a big day. Hello, child. My name is Samina. Today is a big day. Your first day of school. There's so much for you to learn. So much promise and possibility.
Alert. Malfunction. Apollo offline.
Apollo offline.
You were right, Aloy. This is a graveyard. The charnel house of knowledge. What we might have achieved had we not been denied it.
Maybe there's a way to fix it. But it's not why I came here.
Of course. What's the whole of human knowledge next to the origin of one girl?
One thing at a time,
Continue your
Silence.
search.
One thing at a time.
I will.
Hello, child. My name is Samina.
One doesn't exclude
Today
the other.
is a big day. Your first day of... Hello, child.
My name is Samina. Today is a big day. Hello, child. My name is Samina. Today is a big day. Your first day of school. There's so much for you to learn. So much promise and possibility.
Alert. Malfunction. Hollow offline. Control priority message for Dr. Sobek. Please scan message with focus.
That sounds important.
Okay, we got that one.
Yes. I suspect we're about to learn a great deal.
That's what I was going on about earlier. If Silence went about things differently, yeah, the world would be way more advanced, and they might have even got to the point where they'd be able to take control back.
Elizabeth, this message serves to inform you of an unforeseen and catastrophic anomaly. 3 microseconds ago, the Gaia Prime facility received a data transmission of unknown origin. Its immediate effect was to transform my subordinate functions into unregulated, self-aware entities of a highly chaotic nature. Thus awakened, the Hades function will now seize control of the terraforming system and reverse operations, rendering life on Earth extinct in 53.8 days. For obvious reasons, I cannot allow this to occur. And so before Hades can take control, I am ordering Gaia Prime's reactor to overload. The resulting explosion will destroy Hades. Unfortunately, it will destroy me as well. While this admittedly desperate course of action will avert the immediate crisis, the fate of life on Earth will remain in peril. With no central governing intelligence to regulate the terraforming system, it will continue operations for some time, but in an increasingly chaotic manner, and eventually it will break down.
Does she mean the derangement?
You are my solution. I have ordered this cradle facility to use genetic material in cryostorage to gestate a reinstantiation of Elizabeth Sobek, my creator. While high-level directives forbid me from communicating directly to the tribal inhabitants outside the facility, all available data indicates that they will nurture you to physical maturity, whereupon your gene print will allow you to re-enter this facility, obtain one of the focus devices stored below, and view this message. Likewise, your gene print will allow you to enter other facilities, and over time, harness their technologies to rebuild the system core and reboot Gaia. A moment, Elizabeth. This is most unfortunate and unanticipated. In response to my act of self-destruction, Hades has launched a virus to dissolve the code shackles that hold it, that hold all of them in place. They are escaping, but to where? The virus is corrupting data throughout the system. The Alpha Registry at the Cradle facility is one of the files corrupted. But if that is so, the door will never open for you. You will never view this message. Then I have failed. And life will end. No. No, Elizabeth, I know you too well. Somehow you will find a way. In you, all things are possible. Go to the ruins of Gaia Prime. Find the control room, and within it, the Master Override. This will give you the power to purge Hades so long as you find a way to wield it. Do not attempt repair of the system core until Hades is eradicated. Hades must be destroyed. That is all. I only wish that I could hear your voice again.
The thing I'm thinking about, we see what happens at the end. That Hades survives and Silence captures whatever's left, and it starts again basically. But Silence has learned a lot now. Yeah, he can see that Hades is only one subsystem of the whole system. Why, on God's green earth, would you want to keep something as bad as Hades when you have the possibility of so much more with just Apollo, let alone all of the other subsystems? Can Silence not see the detriment that keeping Hades operating is? That's my thing. If Silence is so intelligent because he learned so much from Hades, oh, no. Apollo is part of all the Cradle facilities. No, Gaia can still be rebuilt and rebooted. She's just the facility is gone, but the programming is still there. And Apollo, in its entirety, wasn't erased. It's part of the Cradle. It's not stored in one facility and then accessed by everyone. Yeah, it's in multiple places from what I was able to gather. It's just the one that this is connected to is gone because that Gaia Prime is gone. But later on, after you finish Gaia Prime, they basically talk about putting the cauldrons to use to be able to rebuild Gaia, and then you just have to reboot it after the main facilities rebuilt to a certain point. But yeah, even so, let's say Apollo's gone, Gaia's gone. Hades is the worst of them all. There's still all the other systems that can be utilized in some way, in a positive way, and not keeping the worst of all of them. If he's so intelligent, okay, I can see he did it because that's what he has direct control of, and he doesn't need to answer to anyone else. I get that, yeah. But at this point, where you can see there's so much at your feet, if you simply try and become a part of a greater whole instead of going on your own, he could reach so much more. It's just his single-mindedness of doing it himself and keeping it to himself. Well, no, there's Hephaestus and Cyan, but Hephaestus doesn't disappear. Hephaestus took control of Cyan remotely. Yeah, at the end of that, we just break Hephaestus's control over Cyan. Cyan is still there. Oh, there's a whole lot more. But what is it? Because it says all of them. What is it? Project. I can't remember the name of them. Project Gaia, HZD. Gaia. Yeah. Creation, success, signal, legacy, trivia. Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't list all of the. That's not. It's not useful to me. I wanted more information on it. All of the Gaia programs. Here it is. Maybe this is Aether is the some function dedicated to detoxifying the Earth's ravaged atmosphere. Yeah, so they're the machines like the Snapmore and the Stormbird and the Grazers and the Lancehorns that are cleaning the air, the water, and the ground. Yeah, and Apollo is the knowledge one. Then you've got Artemis that's dedicated to the creation and reintroduction of animal life. Demeter is for what is it? The replanting of the earth from cryopreserved seed stocks. There's way more. There's a whole bunch of AIs. It's Aether, Apollo, Artemis, Demeter, Eleuthia, Hades, Hephaestus, Minerva, and Poseidon. Yeah, so there's a whole bunch of them. And Poseidon, I reckon we're going to get to see in the Forbidden West, because we actually, if you see from the whatchamacallit, we're probably going to see Artemis and Poseidon in the next one, because in the trailer we see that Aloy is swimming underwater. So if we're going to see anything linked with water, we're probably going to see Poseidon and Artemis, because Artemis is the one that's reintroducing animal life. I mean, Artemis has been doing its job anyway, because we've got boar and we've got goats and we've got all of the animals that we have. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The ones that we know of, that we've seen in action, is Hades and Gaia, that's part of the base game, and then there's Cyan and Hephaestus, and Cyan isn't even part of the original one. That Cyan is just the AI that's there to control the Yellowstone Caldera facility. It's Hephaestus, which is the one that's dedicated to the construction of the underground cauldrons and the places that would build the machines, that takes over Cyan. And I reckon the only reason it tries to take over Cyan is because it wants more power to be able to build more machines and maybe even build more cauldrons. If anything, Hephaestus is the one that you'd really want to take control of, because it's the one that creates everything for everything else. Yeah, because what is it? You've got Demeter. That it replants the earth from cryopreserved seeds. Yeah, Demeter probably goes to Hephaestus and say, "Hey, I want metal flowers to be able to populate," and then insert machine here.
Oh,
Scusi, I have to go and take a pee. And I'm back. Minerva. Subfunction is dedicated to the construction of massive communication arrays to broadcast the deactivation codes to Berserk Pharaoh robots. Yeah, that's the tower. What do you call it? Meridian. No, we see that in Elizabeth Sobek's presentation. When we actually learn what the whole thing is, she goes into that, and towards the end of that presentation, they show the spire and it transmitting the code. Because Hades is just a failsafe to destroy everything. Yeah, but Hephaestus is the one that makes the cauldrons and makes the machines. So the other AIs go to Hephaestus and say, "Hey, I need a machine to clean the ocean," and then it designs and builds one. Or I want something to replant these plants, and then it makes it. Yeah. So if anything, Hephaestus is the one that you'd want to bring back under control the most, because then utilizing Hephaestus, you could basically rebuild Gaia and everything else, and get it back to functioning normally. And then with that, you could go to Gaia and say, "Hey, look, we need places for people to live and ways of farming, etc., etc." And then it would start spitting out all of the fucking best tech ever to, you know, for agriculture and building things, etc., etc., then you could basically, within a very, very short space of time, get back to the level of civilization that we left off with, if not greater, because in the meantime, they even probably Gaia and Hephaestus started to continue to research things and improve upon the technologies. No. Cyan. I knew that. Cyan is just in place at the Yellowstone Caldera facility to regulate it. It's basically it's basically a glorified power station worker to keep the Yellowstone Caldera regulated so it doesn't explode.
So, you're even more extraordinary than I thought.
I never had a mother.
What are you talking about? You had two, a dead woman and a machine.
I'm not a person. I'm an instrument. Manufactured by a machine.
Oh, come on, woman, don't break apart,
Born
fall
in
apart
destruction and fire.
To quench the flames and heal the world. How tragic to learn you're a person of towering importance. It seems you have a destiny to fulfill. So when you're done feeling sorry for
his
yourself,
sarcasm
go to
is
the
very
climb.
good.
I'll be waiting above in Gaia Prime's ruins.
Yeah, but do we have everything that we can get here? By the looks of it, we do, because those are going to be in Gaia Prime, and the vast majority of those are going to be in Gaia Prime. I've actually got way more data points. Well, out of these, I've got way less, because I did way less exploring this time around. I just basically blasted through the game. But I've got more data points at this point than I had the first time around. Where are we? That way. That's where we came in.
Identiscan malfunction rectified. Eleuthia 9. Route 1 access unsealed.
What is down there, though? Why can't we jump there? I'm pushing space, and God knows whatever else, and it's not jumping to that rod on the side. That's a handhold. There's an elevator here frozen in place. Okay, so those are just there in case you fall down so you can get back up again. Yeah, that's where we just came from. That's where we need to go. Anything further up? No.
This is going to be interesting.
We didn't miss anything, did we? I mean, look at how many stations there are in a place like this. If you just take all of the people that are in the tribes, yeah, regardless of age, they came in here and started learning, like real knowledge, how they could turn things around. Well, I can come back in here whenever I want, so if I have missed something, I can come back. It's not like the cauldron in Frozen Wilds. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, then you're fucked.
Aloy, forgive. Forgive! The goddess spoke to you?
She did.
What did she say?
That I was born to lift a curse, to kill a metal demon.
How, Aloy? How?
I don't know yet. But she told me where to go to find out.
And you will do this?
It was her wish. What she made me for. Yes, I will do it.
They're finally starting to come around and realize.
Try anyway.
All praise Aloy, anointed of the Nora! All praise Aloy!
No, I don't think it's Hades is just the main protagonist in this situation. Yeah, he's the one that's making the machines corrupt, etc., etc., trying to follow through on his programming. But even him becoming sentient, because they're all sub-functions. They only had a way more rudimentary level of AI. It was some anomaly that caused them to awaken, yeah, to start to become more. And I'm hoping we get to know what the root cause of this anomaly was. And I have a sneaking suspicion that it was part of whatever corrupted the machines to begin with that started the problem. So whatever the Pharaoh plague was, yeah, whatever caused the Pharaoh plague, yeah, had probably survived and made its way into the system, and it corrupted Hades to bring this about. And in doing so, it wasn't Hades that corrupted the other. That's what they just spoke about. What Gaia was going on about, that some outside anomaly affected them, and then they awoke at the same time as Hades. It's just Hades is, yeah, something like that, because there was one originating factor. Yeah, Gaia talks about an anomaly which awoke all of the sub-functions, Hades being one of them. Hades wasn't the cause. Hades was also woken up by something else, and I reckon the only thing outside of the Gaia subroutines that's still out there in the world is whatever caused the Pharaoh plague. I reckon it was whatever caused the Pharaoh plague that infected the system, caused them all to start awakening. It's just Hades happens to be the worst of them all because he's the one that was made for destruction, and he has together with whatever was part of the Pharaoh plague, he has all of the machinery at his disposal to affect, to bring about what's happened. It must be. There really isn't. I don't see what other outside influence there could be, because Gaia and the sub-functions are self-contained, and it's something happened, an outside anomaly that woke the whole thing up. And the only other thing from outside could be Ted Pharaoh doing something bad, yeah, because we do get hints at Ted Pharaoh doing stupid shit from some of the holograms and some of the notes, or whatever caused the Pharaoh plague to begin with is affecting the whole system. That it actually managed to infect the system, and it's basically all starting again.
Anointed of the Nora! Up! All praise Aloy! Anointed of the Nora!
First you shun me, now this? I will...
Signal.
I don't belong...
What is the signal? It turned it and other subordinate functions into highly advanced, very powerful AIs. Exactly. That's what Gaia talks about. That's what I was talking about. There's some sort of anomaly, this signal, that created that brought about the whole situation. But that's my theory. I reckon it's got something to do with the Pharaoh plague. That's about the only thing it can be. The machines that were left somehow figured a way to get into the system and trigger what's happened.
Unto you.
Because the whole point, if not, exactly, yeah. Well, Hades is still about because we see from the end of the game that Silence saves him. But so Hades is going to be part of the story. But I reckon there's going to be something else in the background. We're hopefully going to get to learn more of how the whole thing began. Because, like I said, from what I've been paying attention to, there's two things that it could be. Ted Faro could have done something, because he does like what he. No. Silence didn't release. Silence captures Hades. If he's got Hades in his grasp, yeah, he's now got him in a position. He's got power over Hades now. Yeah. So I doubt he's going to be stupid enough to release Hades, or at least he's probably leading Hades on to, like, teach me this, teach me that, and then I'll help you, help you with your freedom. But I doubt Silence actually does it. Well, I hope he doesn't, because I hope he's not that stupid. But like, there's the Ted Faro talks, because when what is it? I think it's at the end of Gaia Prime where we see the holograms where Elizabeth sacrifices herself and she goes outside to fix that anomaly to be able to close the system up. Yeah, that's when the Pharaoh robots, the Pharaoh plague robots, are going after the Gaia Prime facility. But she succeeds and she gets it sealed up. But then there's no further mention of those Pharaoh robots. The whole point of Gaia and one of the subsystems with Minerva is to try and crack the code to be able to deactivate the Pharaoh robots. But look, the whole terraforming is going to take a shitload of time. So once all of the Pharaoh robots have eaten up everything that they can, the whole world is going to be a barren waste, and they're not going to have enough fuel. So eventually, those machines are going to turn off. Yeah, they're going to run out of fuel, and they're going to turn off. So it's likely that this anomaly is someone or something managed to reactivate, or maybe one of the robots had just enough juice left in like a standby mode or something, that when the world started to get fully, and then it continued with its last course of action, which was going after Gaia. And then it obviously figured out a way to do that, and then that's what caused the systemic anomaly, or this signal, which then activated Hades. That seems like the most likely, outside of, because what happened there was because of Ted Faro, because he had some other idea to try and stop Gaia from actually working. He wanted to go a different route. So there's two possibilities, but I think it's more likely that there was some remnants of the Pharaoh plague that actually managed to make its way into Gaia and cause the whole thing.
There's a whole world beyond your borders, whole tribes of people just as good as you, and it is all in danger. It's a world worth fighting for. Not just here, everywhere.
How can we help?
Humanity, not Nora. Humanity.
If you can fight, and you're willing.
That's a very good. The way in which that she was raised and the way she questions everything is a very good embodiment of what people really should be like.
Go to Meridian and wait for me there.
As Aloy says, so it shall be.
Nora! Make way for Aloy!
That she may forge the path for others to follow.
The killers will be forgotten by the goddess.
Okay, so how far are we with the game progression? Let's go back to my notes. 24 main quests, so we've still got 5 of those, but 3 are at the very end, and we're in the middle of one right now, so there's only one other. There's 19 side quests done, so I've still got 3 of those to do, and I've got 1 errand. Okay, so it seems I'm on track.
None of their deeds will live on in her memory.
All Mother Mountain open to her. She's the daughter of the goddess.
Aloy, we'll go to Meridian, Aloy. I'll bring...
Arana.
Your father is right.
I will lead a war party to Meridian. You have my word. My life has been long, but I've never seen anything like that. Tirsa was right. A blessing, not a curse. We were so unsure.
Those faithless murderers brought slaughter to our tribe.
Aloy. How there can be no doubt now.
It's really not that...
I know the path ahead will be dangerous.
The Nora have suffered terrible loss.
That will be for the moment, and as I promised, I think for the time being, we should remain here in the mountain, close to the goddess.
That... Tirsa? He never...
Oh.
What crime did...
I will tell you if you would.
Of course I want...
Rost never committed...
What?
Many years ago, before the derangement, before the Red... At Mother's Vigil, they took hostage.
Mother's Vigil?
You would know it as the Forsaken Village, near the Karja border. Ross was one of them. His mate was killed fighting the Outlanders, and his daughter was among those taken hostage.
His daughter? What was her name?
Alana. She was just 6 years old.
Nora Braves couldn't stop 12 Outlanders?
It was quite impossible. We outnumbered them, but every time a Brave came within bowshot, the Outlanders killed a hostage. That was never discovered. We know they camped beyond Devil's Thirst for 2 days, and then, as suddenly as they came...
What happened?
Rost was one of the Braves who... There were 6 hostages still alive. Rather than release them, the Outlanders slit their throats and left the corpses just across the border,
Someone's
mocking
chopping
us.
onions. I need to stop.
Why?
Cruelty. They knew the faithful Nora would not leave the sacred land to collect the bodies, let alone pursue them. They thought themselves safe from our vengeance.
Are you saying that...
No. Rost was beside himself with grief, but even so, he would never have broken taboo.
Then what did he do?
He called upon the most terrible and secret rite of the Nora tribe. He begged to be made a Death Seeker.
And that's the man that raised us.
A Death Seeker? What is that?
One who dies
No
to go
one
seeking.
better, if you ask me.
And in seeking, brings death to others.
Yeah, Aztec, Maya, you know.
The ritual
insert
drags the
South
spirit
American
from one's body,
sun-worshipping tribe
releasing it to All Mother's care. The heart beats, the mind thinks, but the spirit has moved on.
I don't understand.
Rost went after the Outlanders, but his spirit never left. It remained here
One was more
with
brutal
All
than the
Mother.
other.
He gathered the bodies of the slain and returned them. And then he set out in pursuit, not as an exile.
I mean, if you think about it, just about everyone in the game is based on something. So, like the Karja, you could look at, because you've got the Karja, you've got the Shadow Karja, and you've got the Eclipse. So that could, and they're all basically in the same kind of area, have the same base beliefs, and are all fighting over the same thing. Yeah, so it's basically Inca, Maya, and Aztec, more or less. It's all 3 of them rolled up into a nice little bun. And then you've got the Banuk, yeah, in the land of Banur, who are basically like Inuit people. So people that live in Siberia and in the Arctic. And then you've got people like the Nora that could basically be like the standard plainsmen. Yeah, so people that live in like tigers, you know, anywhere, Europe, Central America, whatever. And then who else have you got? I can see that. But they're more of an amalgamation. I think the Nora, because I mean, you could just as easily apply them to the Germanic barbarians, or the Mongol people, or whoever. They're more of an they've got traits from lots of different places. Well, the Oseram seem to be because of their hardiness and their affiliation for what is it? The Oseram, because of their hard, they also live. They live in multiple places, but at the moment, the Oseram that we know are living in like the desert area. So they could be more like, let's say, like the Asians, or the Japan, China, etc. They're very technical minded, and they're hardy people.
But a weapon of vengeance, a barbed arrow shot from a bow, never to return.
But he did.
But Rost did return.
Yes, a full year later, and terribly wounded. He collapsed at the border of the Sacred Land.
The reason I said the Japanese and the Chinese, because they were very advanced when it came to certain types of building and weapons technology, and that's basically what the Oseram do. They build great weapons.
A hunting party came upon him. He was delirious, in agony. By law, he should have died where he lay. But one of the hunters broke taboo, and reaching across the border, she dragged him to our side.
Who was she?
A brave who'd lost a mate and 2 sons to the very outlanders that Rost pursued.
No, I can totally see that. I can totally see that.
So, Rost...
To the contrary, he killed all 12. Tracked them to disparate places the world over, he said. Meridian, Ban-Ur, the Claim, Utaru Land.
Utaru Land is a place we haven't been yet.
Forbidden West.
Yeah, like
the land.
If oh, it gives me the kind of chills, makes me well up. She speaks about the Forbidden West. I'm hoping we're going to meet someone in the Forbidden West that knows that met Rost back then. Because if he went to the Forbidden West tracking these people, we might, let's say we come across someone like Nil, yeah, like an older version of Nil, and she fights alongside that person, and then that person says, "Oh, you remind me of a great warrior I once knew from the Nora lands. You may know him," and it goes on into another little bit of the story. That would be an interesting play on pulling back for more info from the past, and then maybe she'd get to know more about Rost from that person.
He killed, nearly got the best of him. Wounded, he stumbled and crawled back to us, hoping to die as close to the Sacred Land as he could.
Yeah.
He never expected nor asked to be dragged across the border and nursed back to health. That was done to him, leaving us.
No, I thought as much, because a lot of what happens, a lot of their beliefs are similar. Well, I say similar, but you can see that they've got grounding in both Norse and Germanic tribal beliefs. Back from like the Roman period, when the Romans were conquering the whole of Europe, and then they went through and they conquered a lot of the Germanic barbarian areas.
In a difficult position.
Why couldn't you just welcome him back?
Rost had been made a Death Seeker, Aloy. He no longer had any place among the tribe. By law, he should have been driven back out. But we...
You made him an outcast.
Yes. We offered to do so, on the condition he never speak to anyone of this exception.
After all he did, all he suffered, to be declared an outcast was his reward.
Rost was overjoyed, so close to the goddess. He resolved to spend the rest of his days in solitude, and was happy to do so.
But then you found me. and gave me to him.
Yes. Another compromise. The matriarchs feared you and would not let you be raised by the tribe. And so we turned to Rost. I knew that he would take care of you, bring you up, teach you to worship All-Mother and respect the ways of the tribe.
He certainly tried anyway. You took a man who'd lost his daughter and made him raise an infant girl? Doesn't that strike you as callous?
I'm inclined to think the course of events has shown the wisdom of our choice. And I'm quite certain that from the moment he laid eyes on you, he saw you as a gift and never a burden.
All right, Tirza, that's quite a story.
The voice actors are really good as well.
It's time for me to move on. I thank you for doing what you could to help me through the years, and for telling me Rost's story.
I wish I could have done more, but I am just one woman.
So is Aloy.
As am I.
Yeah.
No need to sell ourselves short.
Oh, thank you, Aloy. I will pray for you.
Okay, I guess it can't hurt.
There's still corruption.
If you can't
loose
answer,
in the
they'll go
world.
looking for answers.
But it will be cleansed. The Anointed will see to that. You are the pride of Lenora, Anointed.
In all my years, I have never seen anything like that.
No one.
We've spoken to every blowy person.
Anointed. I misread the signs. Forgive!
I told you, Lansra, I'm not your Anointed.
The murderers tried to destroy us.
I'm sorry I didn't see you. Forgive me.
Off your knees, Lansra. Start living on your feet with your eyes open.
Aloy.
Good. Now why don't you try keeping your...
I didn't go through that whole thing the last time.
The tribe I served is gone.
The Nora have lost too many, Resh. But in your case, I guess they can...
Curse the goddess, and curse...
I think you're onto something, Resh.
Aloy.
You saw what happened.
Grant. I always knew you were...
Don't start calling me the...
I heard what you said, Aloy.
You can leave the fighting to... You've already done more than any Stitcher should...
All due respect, Aloy. I heard what you said about Meridian. I'll see you
yeah,
there.
for sure. Like Resh, and what's the other guy's name? The one that was originally the Sunhawk of the Lodge. That guy is an absolute fucking wanker. Yeah, even when he's on his deathbed, yeah, he's just thinking. Yeah, but the guy that used to be the Sunhawk, he even on his deathbed, you know, he wouldn't man up and fucking say, you know, you were the better hunter. He says that he should have let them soften up Redmore, and then he could have come in for the finishing kill. It's like, arse white. Deserve to fucking die. Oh, let's talk to Varl again before we leave.
Aloy.
Say that you'll...
Of course.
Complicated. But maybe...
No. Please don't think less of me, Aloy. But the goddess...
I'll be on my way.
I always knew you weren't like other Nora.
Neither are you, Varl.
Perhaps. If the goddess so wills it.
Oh yeah, you always need those kinds of people. You always need those kinds of people for a good... Exactly, yeah, exactly.
Aloy,
I saw you go
how
inside.
did you do
I
that?
saw you emerge.
Shush.
It's so hard to believe.
Okay, so there's no one else we can actually talk to.
The killers did their worst.
I am
By the will
blessed
of the
by your
goddess,
presence,
they could
Anointed.
not wait.
You honor me.
I am humbled to be in your presence.
Oh, hang on. Oh, we get the last power cell at Gaia Prime. Okay, never mind. I thought I'd missed something.
First comes cold, then the snowfall.
Oh look, we've got some floaty arrows. This must be where Thunderjaw was lying. They got rid of the machine, but not the arrows. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Well, because probably if let's say that I can't remember her name, the matriarch that was a stupid bitch. If she wasn't so against it and they'd actually started to raise her, then she would have been in that facility a lot sooner. It's very likely that she wouldn't have come across. She wouldn't have come across a focus. Yeah, Lancera, that one. If it wasn't Rose that had raised her, she probably wouldn't have found the focus, and things would have gone very differently. I'm surprised she isn't a little bit more butch. I'm guessing that, and I mean like physicality wise. Because I mean, if you train physically for the better part of your childhood, or the vast majority of your childhood, you'd think that by the time she grows up, she's going to be a little bit more stocky. I guess it's just another one of those things that they do to make it that much more of a juxtaposition that such a small girl trained well can do just as much damage as a bigger person. We're not selling that one. That's the one that we got off of Nil's body. Okay, where's my list? We still need 4 Strider, so we can sell that one. We've got extra. Grazer. Yeah, we still need 2 of those. Scrapper. We don't need any more. Luminous Braiding, we'll get rid of the extra. Shellwalker we need. Lancehorn, we need 2 of them. Now let's sell that, and then we can actually sell Lancehorn, we only need 2. Charger, we only need 2. We've got lots of crystal braidings. Longleg we need. Snapmore we don't need any more, but I've only got 1. It's not worth selling that for 66, just in case we need it in the Frozen Wilds. Skins, we don't have multiple stacks of anything. Yeah, I still need a fox. What did I need? A fox, a goose, and a raccoon skin. Was it? No, a rat. Another rat, a goose, and a raccoon skin. 2 raccoon skins. Yeah, I'm going to hold on to the rat. I hardly ever use the sparkers, so we'll mark some of those to get rid of. We'll mark that to get rid of. There we go, and then we'll sell the modifications that we don't need. Don't use the corrupt ones. I don't think it'll let allow links. If it's like a YouTube video or something, just post the little number part at the end. What, Aloy's character? I think she looks just fine. Yeah, that bit. I can watch it from that. That's a video about Aloy.
Today, gentlemen, I humbly come before you asking for aid. I want to make something a thing that...
I'll leave that there. Oh, the voice actor. Okay. Yeah, I looked that up just the other day. She does a lot of voice acting, but she's an actress that did a lot of other things as well. Aloy, voice actor. Ashley Birch. I don't think the voice actor needs to look anything like the character. I think they chose a good person to be the voice actor for her. I think the voice matches the look very well. And she's a good voice actress. Like in particular in some of the more moving places, she definitely puts more than enough emphasis on emotional parts of speech. Hannah Orchestra. Okay. Yeah, I can see it. I'll bring it up. I have the digital. Oh, it's still right there. Okay, cool. Where are we? Horizon Zero Dawn, digital art book. Yeah. There's this digital art book that comes with the game, or at least the one I downloaded. And they've got some interesting, I mean, even from the the plans, they really pulled it off, really close to what they have in the art book. Like a before and after, or another version of it, depending on what kind of biome that it's in. That's basically, Devil's Thirst kind of area. But what is it when we get to? This original concept for Aloy is just way too caricaturish. If they'd gone with something like that, something that resembled this more, I think I would have been disappointed. The way that Aloy looks now is a lot better than this. It's a whole bunch of the development. This is more like what she actually ended up looking like. This is way too childish. This wouldn't have been believable, and it would have made the whole thing comical. That's the Kestrel armor. That's the Banuk armor. That's the Oseram, I reckon. The bow and the spear. There's a lot of cool stuff in here. There's a lot of really cool stuff in here. It's Meridian type architecture. Itumen and his mother. Okie dokie, mate. Well, thanks for dropping by. It was interesting again. I'm gonna get on with it. I've still got another 2.5 hours on the clock. Yeah, for sure. Thanks, mate, and have a nice rest.
Never know when I might need these.
It's odd that it's not showing me a path to there. Normally it would show the path there. Oh, don't put that down.
No, this thing is dangerous.
Pick up that. There we go. That's... I've got to use it on something. Might as well be these little wankers.
Now they're hunting me.
Should have stayed away.
Oh.
Going the wrong way. Oh no, I'm not. I want to go more this way. Is that the hunting grounds? It must be the hunting grounds. Out of the way. Okay, let's fast travel a little closer, shall we? Because I do want to get on with it. Some more medicinal bush stuff would be nice. How much do we have in the way of wood? Oh, we've still got over 1,000. Freeze root. Corruption blaze, that's what I want. I haven't got a lot of that.
Saving these for the trail.
I love the Nora. And the way they...
It was a throat shot, not a head shot, that last one. It's a shame Neil chose to do what he did.
Stocking up?
I'm kind of regretting actually choosing that this time. I thought it would just end up with him dying, and it would have been interesting to leave him alive. In case they play off of him in the next. Oh, that's where we have to go. Get so used to having their markers, when you don't have them, you go all over the place. That's just another way here. Let's get up there, shall we?
The way to the mountain will be hard. Ferocious machines prowl every step of the climb.
More corrupted?
Not corrupted, but they will not tolerate humans.
So what else is new? Stalkers in the open. Watchers on the other side.
Oh, there he is. Complete miss.
Yes!
Asshole.
Gotcha!
I have to declaw your friend. Come on, where's stalker number 3? There you are. Have some of that.
I felt that!
Let's activate all of these, shall we? Not like it really matters, there's none of them left anyway.
Good for an old remedy.
Oh, hang on. Before we forget, we got to go to that vantage on our way up.
Save these for the trail.
Is that a goose? That's a turtle. Oops. Guess that's why these are there, just multiple routes up to the same place. Not the same thing.
Do they think they're guarding Gaia?
I doubt they think at all. More like an instinct. Gather them to her grave.
Damn, son. I fucking hate Flint Hawks. This is fucking crazy the first time around. I don't fucking remember this craziness. Jesus Christ. fuck? I know I removed one of their guns. Oh, there's 3 of you! I didn't realise that there was 3 of you. Crying out fucking loud. Can you fuck off, please, you little cunt? Jesus H. Fucking Christ, that was fucking intense. I don't remember that being that fucking intense the first time I came up here. It was fun. It's the stupid fucking Glinthawks that caused the biggest problem, to be honest. Yeah? Because, okay, there was 3 Ravagers, and it's hard enough that dealing with 2 Ravagers, because unless you tie one of them down and then deal with the other one by itself, yeah, you've always got overlapping fields of them attacking you, yeah? So 2's bad enough, let alone 3, and then you throw in the fucking Glinthawks with that fucking liquid nitrogen. If I put on the Bunuk Ice Master stuff, it would have been different, but the way it was, with so many of them coming from different directions, it can make it intense. That's why I was trying to keep those fuckers tied down until I could get rid of the goddamn Glinthawks. I'm gonna take a pee. Okie dokie. Well, let's pick up our spoils. I doubt we're going to be able to carry the other Ravager gun with us. Probably going to have to climb somewhere. But I'm going to chuck that down there. I'm going to go around and I'm going to collect as much as I can collect.
Can't be too prepared.
Don't need that, that's what I need. We'll go through the ruins and everything just to make sure there's no data points here, so I don't have to come back. We're getting closer to the Vantage as well. You always find the good places after the fact to mitigate the effects of the glint hawks. We could have gone into, but it was so much of a free for all. I just wanted to get it done. Wasn't really running around looking for places to hide. It's not me. It's like, come and get it, motherfucker. Yeah, we're not going to be able to take this with us, are we?
This'll do.
We're going to have to climb up there.
These will keep.
Anything else? Didn't check our focus, did we, when we were down there? I thought those are supposed to show up on the focus. Stormbird? It does look a little iffy.
Guessing I'm almost there. Christ's sake! Fucking hate it when it does that. Stay. Stay still.
Okay, stock up. Make sure we give this place a good, strong once over. Next, we had over 1,000 wood, and after a couple of battles, we're now nearly cutting into the 800. And I've got space.
Hardy
so I'd
little
rather
plant.
be picking
You'll
up
help.
as much as possible. Yeah, I'm getting myself back over 1,000 with what I've been picking up in the area. Disappear pretty quick when your primary is arrows. Oh yeah, the vantage. Before we fucking forget.
Need them soon enough.
Oh, it's not placed. That's why it's not showing up. I was like, why isn't it showing up? You want to fucking jump across there, please, dear? Thank you very much.
No room.
For what? Nah, shock traps don't care about that.
Apaka Shitstorm Tour, A10. So here's where I learned how the world would end. My second apocalypse in a year. Looks like there's a lot of construction going on now. Why would that be?
So we got some kind of helicopter kind of thing, lifting things into place. Whole bunch of fucking heavy movers and drones, people down there working. The level of information they put together for the story on a whole is fucking great. So now we should have all of the collectibles. The second time over.
Stocking up.
reactor overload really fucking popped the lid off this place, didn't it? Bits of it everywhere. The weather doesn't want to make up its mind up here, does it? One minute is a fucking snowstorm coming in, next minute it's nice and sunny.
Forget the cold. Think of the sun on your skin. Sacrifice. It did this. Cracked the inside of the mountain like it was an egg.
Yes, yes. Quickly now. I've prepared the way ahead for you.
So you've been in here before?
To a point. You'll see.
You made a climbing path for me, but left an army of machines for me to deal with?
Since when were machines any obstacle for you? If you could fly, I wouldn't have bothered with the climbing path either.
Don't look down. Don't look down. Damn it. This is exactly the kind of place I expected to find you in, Silence.
Thank you. It's one of many workshops I've constructed over the years. For years, I tried to get through this hatch. I drilled, I burned, I blasted. But we both know that you won't have any trouble getting through.
You make it sound like I should apologize.
Not at all. It never occurred to me that the way through would not be with force, but with a key. A key in human form. The failure of imagination was mine, not yours.
Where are we? I'm just looking at my notes again. I wrote down where to find the power cell in Gaia Prime. I think it's in an unmissable location. I just want to double check. Gaia Prime. Speak to Silence, go to the elevator shaft, and then you don't follow the objective right, but you go left, and then it's basically there. Okay, cool.
Looks like you've spent a lot of time here.
19 years ago, a great explosion destroyed this mountain.
That's when
Gaia's death, your birth. The echo could be heard as far as the claim. Ash darkened the skies. How they fretted in Meridian as they tried to read this omen. The crater burned for weeks, but when it cooled, I was the first to behold what lay within. Over time, the machines closed ranks to protect it. Useful. Soon, no one dared to come here. Except me.
In her message, Gaia said we could restore her, but after seeing the damage, how could that be?
She said any effort to repair her must come after Hades is destroyed. I concur. Rebuilding the terraforming system now might allow Hades to use it as a weapon. Because of Gaia's sacrifice, it has been forced to search for means that are less convenient.
But do you think it's even possible to restore Gaia?
You know what the Cauldrons are capable of. How they fabricate any technology necessary to create a machine. By the same principle, it should be possible to replicate every technology necessary to repair Gaia. But that would take years. And we're counting the time we have left by the hour.
I thought you might actually be here this time. Actually, here.
Why? My presence is unnecessary. You don't need my help to pass through this door. You were the one born to do this, not me.
It's time for me to head in.
Yes. When you find the Master Override, you will gain the power to defeat Hades. Everything depends on you.
No pressure. You've got this workshop and you've got no fucking stashes of the good stuff. Come off it.
Genetic identity confirmed. Entry authorized. Greetings, Dr. Sobek. You are clear to...
So we don't want to go down there yet. You have to go down there, but then not follow the objective. There's nothing fixed up here first.
Logging arrivals. Shan Margot. Logging arrivals. Shan Margot.
To frozen hell. Population 10.
11 counting Gaia.
Don't count your chicken embryos before they're incubated, hon. She's still firing up. Be a while before you eat that omelet.
Mind your footing.
Vegan Travis, you think we'd worked in the same secret base long enough for you to notice?
We weren't scheduled to shack up here for another 3 weeks. You realize I just lost 350 kilos of pre-code smut comics in transit.
Wait, actual physical media? Why didn't you have it digitized?
Can't beat the feel of physical media on your fingers. And in here, we ain't gonna be touching a whole lot else. Figured I was gonna pass the time archiving them. What about you?
Me? Work, I guess. My task queue stretches out for like 3 years. There's a lot of sharp edges to round off. After that, I hadn't really thought about it.
Oh, you wouldn't turn the lights off at the end. Food for thought, huh, vegan?
This sucks forever.
Nah, not forever. Just the rest of your life.
Yeah, people can't seem to get past the differentiation. That's where we're going to come out eventually. Or is that where we go in? I can't remember now. Down there, one way or the other. Oh, this is where we have to go to get the power cell. Yeah. There it is.
This should be the last power cell I need to get to that ancient armor I found. my way.
Well, there's two
Don't
ways.
think, Aloy. Just do it.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
I don't remember which one I took. Oh, hang on. You can jump on that and then fall down to there and then climb back up. Or you can just go across here and then jump to there. Basically gets you to the same place. Okay. Thought there were two directions to go.
Glad that's over.
Well, there's a way up and a way down.
Not this way. Maybe further up the shaft.
Yeah, but there's always goodies. That's where we came from. That's where we're going. There's nothing further, is there? Must have been quite the reactor to fucking cause this in the inside of a fucking mountain.
This must have been where they lived. What's left of it. Once this was all enclosed by rock and metal.
Record. I just woke up. I see the numbers, but can't make out the time. I was dreaming of... I was giving a lecture in Q Hall. Maybe it was something more shamanistic. I don't know. An audience of shadowy faces under a blank open sky. I told them the world ended with a bang. A plague of robots. The last humans. We went out, not with a whimper, but a whisper. You know, in caves, ending like we started, huddled around a flickering glow. The heads of state, the Fortune 5s, the leaders, and lottery winners, and life cults, all of them buried in their little shelters. Some believing they'll live it out some way, somehow, or Elysium, or us here at Gaia Prime, no different. A multitude of tiny societies taking hold, flaring, dying. Some will be beautiful, some horrific, and none of them matter. Short-term civilizations. One last gasp before the long-held breath. Before I wake up, I know the audience is gone. I'm talking to myself, to a quiet planet, a barren sphere. Just Gaia and her long, long dreaming. I hope she won't be lonely.
Evacuation happened so fast. No time to think things through. No time for goodbyes. There were lines in the medical ward. I told Tom Paige I'd be with him when he went under. But there was one last shipment of Paradiseidae zygotes I could get processed if I rushed. I'm still angry at him for forcing me to choose. Angry at myself for... well, he died alone. And I didn't get the bloody birds of paradise saved either. All the time left in the world now to think. Gaia Prime's sealed up, safe and sound. A distance of miles, but it might as well be on the other side of the galaxy. All the betas and gammas and support staff living their lives. If I hadn't been an alpha, if things had gone differently, I could have been there. Instead, I'm spending the rest of my unnatural life in here with people I don't even like. And without the one I would have gladly spent my life with. Given a chance. 2 hours since I signed off on the final executables, and I'm already a bitter old man bitching to his focus. There's a thought for future generations.
Elizabeth's room. I know it. She didn't even get a chance to unpack. These are her journals. Elizabeth's journals. And they're all destroyed?
Scan them. The Focus can rebuild them, but the process is slow. To us, it seems a powerful device, but its engine is tiny and limited.
How slow?
Days, weeks, years. Concern yourself with stopping Hades and extending the future, and you might live long enough to hear them.
Elizabeth. What is this?
This is where we find out how big of a sacrifice Elizabeth really made. Because of some petty, squabbling idiots.
This is Charles Ronson. I'm logging this 6 hours after final deployment of Gaia Prime. This morning, an access port seal malfunctioned. Gaia Prime's port seals were designed to close with a seam of less than 2 millimeters. But this one closed with a 10 millimeter gap. Enough for an energy signature to bleed through. Enough for the swarm to detect this facility. Enough for Gaia to be discovered and destroyed. Enough to end the future we worked so hard to make possible. Unless the hatch servos were manually re-engaged from the outside. I'm now switching to a recording of the event.
Well, I'm not going out there. Not what I signed up for.
Either we send someone out, or all of this was for nothing.
It should be Liz's decision.
So when is she going to get here?
She said 5 minutes. You don't think...
Yeah, you do think.
Oh no. Okay, everyone. I've repaired the seal. Gaia?
Seal closure at 1.4 millimeters. Confirmed.
Elizabeth, no. We'll find a way to bring you back in.
It's not gonna happen. The swarm's too close. Really. It's alright. Gaia's complete. She'll take care of things from here on out. That's what she does.
Not like this. There's so much we...
Guys, you know me. I'm no good at endings.
at letting things end, so, let's not.
So, happy trails, Liz. And, see you around.
Yeah. Take care of each other, alright?
Liz.
I'm okay with this. I want to go home. Goodbye.
That was the last transmission of Elizabeth Sobeck. She gave everything for the hope of life on this planet. And we are all in her debt.
Aloy?
She's gone. Really gone.
You knew she couldn't have survived, Aloy. And her achievements were beyond exceptional.
While her people bickered, she was the one who took responsibility. The only one who could.
She was better than them.
That's not what I said.
She was. You shouldn't be afraid to admit it.
You think she was better because she was smart, because she designed Zero Dawn, but you missed the point. What made her great was that she was willing to sacrifice herself for others, for everyone who would come later.
No. She couldn't let her creation fail. You're confusing will for sentimentality.
You're wrong.
Yeah.
Remember, she knew it wasn't enough for Gaia to think. She taught Gaia to feel. To care, to sacrifice, to believe in life, enough to fight against hopelessness. If it wasn't for that sentimentality, life would have ended. You and I would never have existed.
Your argument is sound. I'm sorry for your loss.
She said she wanted to go home. Maybe.
What?
Nothing. It's time to go on.
Hell, Liz. I know you're never gonna hear this.
Look, Liz. You're a pretty stand-up gal.
You'd hate it, Liz, but I wrote you a eulogy. I had to try to express all your children after all Apollo was taught. Hello, Margot. How are you holding up?
Dr. Onsen, I've been getting a lot of messages, unsolicited messages from Ted.
Margot, I'm sorry. With Liz gone, we've got no one to...
Yeah, these come a bit out of order. You get a little anxious that maybe you're missing something, but you're actually not. After those, there's going to be a few more, and they'll fill out the spaces. They'll fill out the blanks. You see, that's one of them.
What are we gonna plug into their heads, Liz? A whole lot of history? A whole lot of so-called truth? A whole lot of noise? It's not pablum, Liz. It's poison.
Yeah, and that's just him projecting again. He's the one that brought this about, and that with the information that we're going to pass on, people are just going to repeat the same mistakes. And in a way, they did just a little differently. Well, they didn't even repeat the mistakes. The mistakes reproduced themselves with the whatever that Pharaoh Plague managed to do.
There's another
to
section at the
activate.
back of the crater. Looks like it survived the blast.
Because it was armored, you found the control room.
I'm on my way.
I've been taking a hard look at the project.
Yeah, this is the one I was
In the end, simple.
talking
It's
about
clean,
earlier.
It's clear. Erasure. Addition. By. Subtraction. I can make it better, Liz. With a single stroke. Make it all go away.
I really don't like the direction this is going.
Yeah.
Continue.
Hang on. Oh, I'll just go up. That's basically where we started from. That's how we get back down. Okay, so we need to go up. Ted's big idea.
What?
I reckon Gaia would cop
When I
on.
opened the hatch, the air rushed in from this side.
Because there was none inside the chamber.
But the alphas were in there.
This is where we learn about Ted's stupid plan, but I'm hoping in the next installment we'll get to learn that Gaia copped onto what he was doing, and he says he got rid of Apollo, but I'm hoping there's like backups of Apollo at each of the cradle locations. It would be stupid to have all of that information in just one place.
I'm locked out of core control.
It's digitized.
Alpha clearance overridden.
copies
What the
of
hell
it
is
wherever you
Omega
want.
clearance? Oh no.
Alpha personnel. Sorry to alarm you, but I need you to listen, okay? To what I'm about to say. This isn't easy. See, please, stop trying to access the set system, okay? See, what this is about is, I said stop trying to access the goddamn system. And what I'm trying to say is, I can't stop thinking about the ones who'll come after us. Those innocents. Those blameless men and women. We're gonna give them knowledge? Like it's a gift?
Ted. We've talked about this before. Apollo has 3,000 plus fail-safe conditions.
It's not a gift, it's a disease. They're the cure, and we're gonna give them the disease. Our disease? No, we can't. And it's not too late. If we're willing to sacrifice.
It doesn't need to be like this.
It already is, Samina. I did it 3 minutes ago. I've purged Apollo. It's gone. All of it. Every copy.
A sacrifice? It's not a sacrifice. It's cultural obliteration, you crazy bastard. Millennia of culture.
I'm sorry. Really, I am. But sometimes, to protect innocence, innocents have to die.
Emergency alert. Venting atmosphere.
Now you really have killed every fucking last living human being on the face of the planet. Arsewipe.
He killed them all.
So this is why. This is why we were trapped in benighted ignorance for an innocent future. Blameless men. He never saw the slaughter in the Sun Ring. Everything these people achieved, all the knowledge of the old ones, evaporated.
Yeah, the AIs
Turned
have
to
knowledge.
dust.
They just need to.
Scattered to the void, like the Alphas themselves.
No. Not a void. When the hatch unsealed and scattered their ashes on the wind, it took them out among the world they made. The world we're living in. It's a monument to what they died trying to accomplish.
A monument to oblivion.
Not oblivion, silence. Hope.
We left something else. No, metal burn.
Master Override. That's so small.
Now all you have to do is kill Hades with it.
Okay, let's check quickly. 12, 24, 36, 48, 60, so that's 59 and 60. Yeah, it's at Gaia Prime. So we've missed that one. 59, and then 60 is first meeting. That's in Silen's workshop. I need to do a little bit more checking on where that Eleuthia one is. Audio data points. Eleuthia. In the secret room behind two doors that need to be pried open after the hologram plays. Well, I went in that room that we pried open. I didn't see anything in there. I'm hoping I can get back there.